Chapter 919, Blood Halberd. Chapter 919, Blood Halberd _ A battleship made of some jade-like, transparent bones more than 2,000 meters long and 400 meters wide was moving silently in the void. Lines of bone pillars stood along both sides of the battleship. A warrior was tied to each pole by some kind of beast's tendon. There were several thousand warriors, and most of them were at True God Realm or King God Realm. The battleship emerged from a dark area, flying towards the broken star field. Shi Yan and Na Xian's team came from another direction. They met each other here all of a sudden. That battleship had a hexagonal flag, which drew a symbol of a trident made of 3 bloody swords. It seemed to represent some force. Troopers of Blood Halberd, a force in the far west region. This force is formed by many members of different races. It's a potent force in the broken star field. They often send mine slaves to exploit ores. Na Xian glared at the battleship and slowly explained, "Troopers of Blood Halberd are tough. People in the far west region don't like them since they are multiracial, and they don't have a limit in their operations." Along the journey, Na Xian had explained to Shi Yan about the outline of forces and components of this far west region, giving him a better understanding of the area. The far west region had many races living together. It had Demon Clan, Mighty Monster Clan, many human tribes, and the exclusive pagans of the Agate Star area. The Demon Clan and Monster Clan here were the relatively intimidating branches with different organizations. Blood Halberd was one of them, a famous one anyway. The master of Blood Halberd was an expert at Third Sky of Ethereal God Realm, a brutal character of the far west. This man recruited experts from different races. He didn't mind this. As long as his troopers dedicated their efforts, no matter what they've done, he would still use them. That battleship belonged to the master of Blood Halberd. The closer we get to the broken star field, the more battleships we will encounter heading there. Blood Halberd is just one of them. We will see more, explained Na Xian. Shi Yan smiled. As they were heading to the same destination, Shi Yan's team was getting closer to that battleship. After a while, they could even see the warriors who were tied to the pillars. Gaboo! All of a sudden, Feng Rao changed her face, hissing. She focused, taking a deep breath and watching the battleships and the warriors tied there. She grimaced. Lu Xiao Panan Arthur. Feng Rao's soft body shivered. They are Blue Demon's pirates. Hearing her, Shi Yan became grim, frowning. The light in his eyes looked so real as he focused on the battleship. Those Blood Halberd's mine slaves were tied by beast tendon on the bone poles. There were thousands of them. However, they could spot some familiar faces, the pirates who had been with them. Shi Yan darkened his face. When they came here from God Perishing Land, Shi Yan's team and Fei Lan arrived in the same area, while Feng Ku and Fan he didn't land on the old Orchid Star. They didn't expect to meet the others in this place. However, their friend's condition wasn't good. "Do you know those people?" Na Xian lowered his voice and asked. Shi Yan nodded. "They will be pathetic." Na Xian was serious. "The Blood Halberd troopers will bring them to the most dangerous area to exploit ores. 1 out of 10 survives with the best luck. I think half of them will die, and the other half who survive will be imprisoned and sent to the more dangerous area. Eventually, no one will be left alive." Listening to him, Feng Rao paled. "My father. He might be there too." "Yeah, he's tied on the other side of the battleship. They are especially watching him. Their jailers are Aogu Duo's team," said Fei Lan. She was at Ethereal God Realm, so she could observe the blind corner where Shi Yan and the others couldn't see using a unique method. Almost all of the pirates who survived God Perishing Land are confined on the battleship. But Aogu Duo and Fan, his teams aren't tied down. They must have followed the other. Feng Rao's soft body shivered. Tears lingered in her eyes as she looked at Shi Yan. Precursor. Shiryen pondered for a while and then asked Na Exayan sincerely, "How powerful is blood halberd?" "It's famous in the far west region." "Our giants don't want to provoke them. What do you want?" Na Exayan frowned. "You guys sense the battleship to see which is the highest realm the warriors have there." Shiryen turned to Phelan. Phelan closed her eyes to sense. Na Exayan pondered for a while and then started to sense. Shortly after, Na Exayan spoke up. "One warrior at first sky of ethereal god realm." "Yeah, that is also what I found," said Phelan. "Please save my father. Shiryen, please. I'm begging you." Feng Rao begged him. Tears rolled down on her face. "Precursor." Shiryen bent his body, asking seriously, "Please give us a hand." He looked at Phelan. Phelan kept silent for a while and then nodded. "I have no problem with that. But if oldie Na Exan doesn't help us, we can't endure it." Everybody looked at Na Exan. Na Exan furrowed his brows tightly. "This battleship has only one first sky of ethereal god realm expert. But the blood halberd's competence isn't this simple. We don't want to provoke them. Sai, give me more time to think." The other side of the battleship. Feng, who was tied to a bone pole, his hair disheveled, his face dusty, and his eyes exhausted. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to have gotten badly hurt. Not far from him were more pirates tied to the bone poles. They couldn't even wiggle. The beast tendon squeezed, sinking into their flesh. The more they struggled, the more blood shot out. It was utterly painful. Ao Guduo clasped his fists, standing aside and sneering. "Feng Ku, think about it. If you follow Blood Halberd, at least you won't die. Your realm isn't low. Haha, if you don't want to, you won't avoid this perishing fate." Monica, one of the commanders of the Underworld League, smiled seductively. "Feng Kadage, you should think about it really. As long as you can survive, why do you care about so many things? This place isn't the Raging Flamestar area. You don't need to consider your reputation too much." A gleam of brutal resentment sparkled in Feng Ku's tired eyes. "I will say the same. I will follow you if you free all of my brothers. I don't want them to be mine slaves." "We reported to our master. He doesn't agree." Monica sighed. "Your brothers have low realms. They aren't worth his attention. At the same time, he's short on mind slaves. However, he guarantees that warriors at second or third sky of King God realm can be like you. They don't need to work as mind slaves, as long as you give us a nod." "No." Feng shook his head persistently. "Unless all of my brothers are safe, I will never agree." "You dumb, stubborn-headed idiot. I won't care about you anymore. You deserve it." Monica snorted and then moved away swiftly and gently as if she was dancing. She put on an inviting smile when she came to talk to a lanky dark spirit clan man. That man was the one in charge of this battleship, the only first sky of ethereal god realm warriors, Tu Feng. "Little beauty, what did he say?" Tu Feng smiled until his eyes narrowed. He stretched out his hand, striking Monica's waist, which was as slim as a bee's waist. "You're looking delicious. When we get to the Broken Star Field, I will give you something good. Then I have to thank you in advance, Dage." Monica smiled charmingly. However, she spoke to him begrudgingly. He is the same. He wants us to let all of his brothers live well. That is how he will agree to follow us. This man fails to appreciate my kindness. Tu Feng sneered. "Our master needs more mind slaves. What's good keeping his trash brothers? Of course they will become mind slaves. If I didn't consider his competence, I would have killed him already." "Okay, when we arrived at the Broken Star Field, if he's still stubborn, he will become a mind slave too. I'll let him die in the most dangerous area. Dage, you have to love me. You have to say good things about me to our master. I don't want to do laborious work." Monica said charmingly as she proactively stepped forward, like a slithering water snake. Her milky breasts caressed Tu Feng's arm. Tu Feng enjoyed it, his smile becoming lecherous. Don't worry. How can I let you work hard? I don't even dare to use more force to protect you when you're in my arms. Monica felt content. Her smile bloomed invitingly, her bearings seducing. If I help you, I will bear the flame of energy from the master of Blood Halberd. It will bring disaster on the heads of our clansmen. Na Exan pondered for a while and then forced a smile, shaking his head continually. Who will know about this? Shi Yen was surprised. Of course they will know. After we rescued them, someone will leave and report to their superior, said a giant uneasily. Haven't you suffered enough? Shi Yen put on a cold and harsh visage, his eyes chilled. Did I say I would let them leave alive? You giants are nice and kind, but I'm not. If I want to attack, I won't spare anyone. I won't let the news spread. Na Exan and the giants changed their countenance. There are almost 100 of them. Do you want to kill them all? You, how could you? The giant spoke again. Precursor, I only need your help with one thing. Shi Yen took a deep breath. You help us hold that first sky of ethereal god realm warrior back. You confine him for a while. Just leave the rest to us. Since Fei Lan was at first sky of ethereal god realm, when the strongest expert of the opponent was held down, even if they had 100 members, they wouldn't be able to resist Shi Yan's slaughter. Leona at third sky of original god realm also provided powerful support. She could damage them severely in just a blink. As he knew each other's competence, Shi Yen was confident. If you just need me to restrain that one for a while, okay. I can help you. Na Exan frowned, but we won't help you massacre people. It's hard for us to kill weak people unless it's to defend ourselves. Okay then. Shi Yan's face became colder. Turning to Fei Lan, he said, I hope you guys can clear them all. How about Ao Guduo and the others? Karthu said softly he used to be a member of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation. Kill. I'll do it myself. Shi Yen said without any hesitation. He grinned. It's time to accomplish my pledge from that year. Chapter 920. Today I come to fulfill my pledge. Chapter 920. Today I come to fulfill my pledge. More than 10 years ago in Purgatory Star, he used to exaggerate that he would kill Ao Guduo in 100 years. That year, people thought he was crazy. They felt that he didn't care about logic and that his bragging would never be fulfilled. Today, he'd reached original God realm. Although he was still one level behind Ao Guduo, he believed that he had the competence to hunt Ao Guduo down. It was time to fulfill his pledge. Tribal oldie Na Exan asked his giant fellows to leave this scene. They silently moved pretty far from the battleship, so that people there wouldn't see them. Then Na Exan closed his eyes, spinning his soul altar. The ethereal extent flew out from his sea of consciousness, slowly shrouding the battleship. On the battleship, Tu Feng was teasing Monica, thinking of finding a quiet place to have a better talk with this inviting woman. All of a sudden, Tu Feng changed his countenance slightly, lifting his head to watch the sky. Flames of anger sparked in his eyes. Damn giant, he dares to mess with me. You don't know how to live well, right? Tu Feng snorted, pushing Monica aside and then sitting down cross-legged. His ethereal extent was also released, flying up. It was a vast forest with thick wood energy fluctuation. Huge trees grew fast. In just a blink, they filled the space on the battleship. When ethereal god realm experts fought, they depended mostly on the ethereal extent. These two weren't an exception. Tu Feng's ethereal extent pushed Na Exan's ethereal extent. Trees and vines in the forest wanted to entangle Na Exan's ethereal extent like countless tentacles. Mountains appeared in Exion's ethereal extent from thin air. They heavily pressed down, little by little. Boom, boom, boom. Giant trees exploded in Two Fang's ethereal extent. The ethereal extent seemed to collapse simultaneously. The forest he had created was reduced instantly. He put on a cold countenance and couldn't help but hiss. You are the one and only tribal oldie of the giant tribe. Damn! You dare to attack me! The ethereal extent pressed down, subduing his soul altar. The mountain ranges fell with a grumble on his head. They acted like a magical formation, subduing Two Fang's god body, preventing him from retaking action. On the battleship, Feng lifted his head, dully looking at the sky with a strange face. Many pirates also had hope while being tied to the bones. They were waiting for something discreetly. Once they entered the broken star field, they would become mind slaves of Blood Halberd. They would never see hope for the rest of their lives, as they were now little pawns in the most dangerous areas. They would die one by one. No matter who the attacker was, that person had brought them a good chance to escape. Aoguduo was also startled. He shivered inwardly while looking at the sky above his head. An ethereal god realm expert. Who is that? As he was at second sky of original god realm, he knew that the battle between ethereal god realm warriors had things to do with the ethereal extent. However, he couldn't resist the power of nature to recognize Na Exion's existence. He couldn't see Na Exion, but he saw a man he knew. Aoguduo's face darkened, unable to hold down his fear, shouting, Shiryen! A shadow emerged from the dark place. He was moving at breakneck speed with a huge sword and torrential blood chi. He brought with him a vast sea of blood, slashing down on Aoguduo directly and coldly. Fei Lon, Leona, and Carthu also showed themselves. They all urged their power Upanishads. Due to their low realms, Feng Rao and Long Zhu didn't join this battle. The other 3 giants protected them, keeping them far away from the fight. While Fei Lon was moving, thumb-sized flows of gray air, which was corrosive air, fell on the battleship. They moved, searching targets proactively as if they all had intellect. The warriors who were attacked by the corrosive air became baffled. As their bodies were eroded from the inside, their soul altars slowed down. They couldn't escape. Leona had ruthless, slaughtering eyes. When she came, her god body engulfed all the light. She waved her hand, and a dark vortex descended like a massive black sun, covering some warriors. In the absolute darkness, the warriors became perplexed. Their soul altar and the sea of consciousness had fallen into the dark. They couldn't sense or recognize anything. In the absolute darkness, Leona was like a fish swimming in water. She took lives as if she was a dark death. Zi Yao, Carthu, and Ka Tuo also joined this attack. They were lucid, slaughtering some warriors at second or third sky of King God Realm. Their operation was resolute and heartless, as they didn't have a bit of hesitation. Shiryen! It's Shiryen! The pirates shouted in thrill. Feng heard that, shouting as he was very excited. I'm here! Holding the divine sword, Shiryen moved like a bloodlight. He appeared next to Aoguduo, speaking calmly. You almost killed me in the Purgatory Star. I used to pledge that I would take the head on your neck in 100 years. Today, I have come to fulfill my pledge. Aoguduo's face was savage, his body trembling. You think it's enough to kill me when you've reached original God Realm? Funny. Huh. What I know best is to kill the one whose realm is a little higher than mine. Shiryen grinned, his smile icy. The divine sword in his hand had its eyes opened. Radiant blood light moved, sending blood sent to the air. Space imprisonment. His power Upanishad changed. The god domain appeared. Crack, crack, crack. Pieces of space were confined, but the blood light released by the divine sword was still brilliant. Its red hue looked so intimidating. Touching his forehead, another soul of Shi Yan urged its power. 10 bright flames shot out from his glabella and eyes. The strange, mighty flaming power wound around Ao Guduo. Ao Guduo was frightened. He couldn't activate his god domain, and his soul altar was also stagnant. Arg! Ao Guduo roared. His bones cracked and exploded. Shortly, his body was covered in blood as he forcefully struggled to get rid of the space confinement. However, at this moment, the blood sea stretching out from the divine sword swarmed over with wild, savage, negative power, shrouding Ao Guduo's body. The blood eyes on the broadsword seemed to have a negative effect on people's souls. Ao Guduo had just glanced at them, and his spirit was broken. His sea of consciousness seemed to become a blood sea. The negative energy affected each of his wisps of soul consciousness. He couldn't activate his powers. Swish, swish, a massive, bloody hand seal descended from the sky like a grumbling blood mountain pressing on Ao Guduo. Boom, boom. Ao Guduo's skeleton cracked and echoed more explosions. His body was covered in blood as he looked helter-skelter. Slash! As he swung the divine sword, a blood lightning strike that stretched 1,000 meters away crossed the blood sea, drawing a beautiful, deadly curve in the air. Ao Guduo faced the sky, roaring and hissing. He continually released his power Upanishad to resume his soul altar's rotational movement. However, under the gazes of the blood eyes on the sword, his soul altar was pressed tightly by an evil force. It couldn't even move. Ao Guduo's god body stayed put, letting the bloodlight ribbon of the divine sword cut through it. Crack, crack. His god body exploded. Shi Yan's eyes were calm. He looked like a numb onlooker, floating in the blood sea and continually swinging the sword in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The cracks and explosions of the bones resounded faster. Ao Guduo, a second sky of original God Realm expert, had his god body like a vulnerable chunk of tofu under the divine sword. Shortly after, his god body became cubes of meat that fell on the floor. Touching his forehead, the black hole in Shi Yan's soul altar emerged. It snatched down like a massive dark bowl, covering a piece of Ao Guduo's god body. A powerful suction force dragged Ao Guduo's soul altar that was emerging from that block of meat immediately. It didn't have a second to resist. It was sucked into the center of the black hole, vanishing. His soul and body were both extinguished. Although Ao Guduo was at second sky of original God Realm when he faced Shi Yan, he didn't even have the chance to use his power Upanishad. Shi Yan killed him simply. Feng stood by them, watching the scene. He felt numb as a chill-to-bone air blew his soul. He was also at second sky of original God Realm, but he wasn't as strong as Ao Guduo. If Shi Yan could kill Ao Guduo easily, it wouldn't be a hard task for him to kill him too. He remembered the first time he met Shi Yan. How long has it passed? When did he become so powerful? Feng took a deep breath to press down the mess in his head, asking hastily, "Where's Feng Rao?" "She's fine. Don't worry." Shi Yan chucked. "Let me free you from your bind." "It's dragon tendon. Can you?" Feng screamed in surprise. Shi Yan didn't answer. He acted to show him. His wrist flickered, controlling the divine sword to cut the tendon easily. Feng was startled. "What a sharp sword." "Haha. If you are free, would you mind killing all the ones who have jailed you and your brothers here?" Smiled Shi Yan. "All right." Feng stretched his body. Thunderbolts flashed around his body. He joined the battle immediately. Shi Yan chuckled, cocked his head to see the divine sword. "You should be at original incipient grade, right?" "Shi Yan! Shi Yan!" A female shrilled, calling for him from afar. She sounded pathetic and hasty. Shi Yan turned around, finding Bai Ro. She was shivering, looking at Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua. They didn't show mercy to anyone. Their attacks were all lethal. Many warriors, she knew, were killed in front of her. Frowning, Shi Yan exhaled. Spare Bai Tian's people. That year, Bai Tian had given him face and spared Ka Tua and his brothers. When they were in Heaven Punishment City, Bai Tian had treated him well. From the beginning to the last moment, he just wanted to recruit Shi Yan. He even wanted to use his beloved daughter to create a relationship with him. Shi Yan had a good feeling about this man. Thus, he said that to save his people. He had actually saved Bai Tian and his people from this culpa. Fei Lan and Leona didn't kill Bai Tian's warriors. They then became the survivors of this great disaster. Chapter 9:21. You're dead. Chapter 9:21. You're dead, Professor. The battle happened faster than Shi Yan thought. On this battleship, the strongest warrior was the person at first sky of ethereal god realm. Na Xian had subdued him right from the start. As he couldn't wiggle, he had no free time to care about others. Fei Lan was also at ethereal god realm. She could kill almost all the warriors in this battle except for that guy. The battle favored one side. Only Fei Lan herself could trouble the blood halberd on this battle, making it seem as if the sky was falling on their heads. She had killed half of them. Leona was at third sky of original god realm with an extraordinary power Upanishad. She was infamous for raising blood showers wherever she passed. She had massacred many times in the dark. Shi Yan killed Ao Guduo and then ran around the battleship to absorb essence, chi of the dead. He released the black hole to swallow the soul altar from the dead too. After he had reached original god realm, 720 acupuncture points in his body had upgraded. Now he could absorb more essence chi. On his way, essence chi flowed into him like currents of a flood. His acupuncture points took all of them. It felt so good. He had never had such a feeling before. The black hole swallowed the soul altars and refined them, releasing pure energy and giving a tonic to his soul altar. It made his soul altar comfortable and refreshed. He guided a part of that kind of energy to the blood vein ring. He knew that the ring needed it. When the ring's spirit woke up, it could give him further direction for his development. A graceful figure ran away from the back deck of the battleship, trying to sneak towards the broken star field's direction. Shi Yan was startled. He hissed and then dashed after her. Swinging the divine sword, the blood sea emerged again. It looked like countless clusters of blood clouds blocking that figure. Shi Yan flashed and then disappeared like a beam of bloodlight. He reappeared in that blood sea. Where are you going? Holding the huge sword, he stared at that woman, asking coldly, Little brother, why do you need to kill us all? I don't have any grudge against you guys. Please show me mercy. Monica's charming face shivered, trying to look vulnerable. I'm also a pitiful warrior. Everybody comes from the Raging Flame Star area, right? Just consider that we used to be on the same side. Sorry, I have my reasons to kill you. This time, I can't make mistakes. Sure, Yin shook his head, his eyes cold. Strange light sparkled in Monica's beautiful eyes. She suddenly danced at her spot, her thin, silky dress floaty. She looked stunningly charming, licking her succulent red lips and trying to be cute. Let me serve you. She cocked her head, beaming a beautiful smile. She was like a flame attempting to enter masculine bodies and give men the best sensual pleasure. On the other side of the battleship, Fei Lan threw a glance, frowning. That slut knows mind power Upanishad and seducing technique. That kid is indeed vigorous. Can he stand it? She was asking Leona. He'll be all right. Leona's eyes were gloomy and cold. As he has inherited the strongest power Upanishad, his mind should be firm enough. If he sinks in that seducing technique, it means that our precursor was wrong about him. Fei Lan nodded. Yeah, that's true. When he killed Ao Guduo, he made it clear and clean. He didn't look like a fool. Okay then, we won't care about him. We should start chewing the toughest bone. Leona nodded. Immediately, they looked at Tu Feng, the first sky, ethereal god realm expert, who was sitting cross-legged. Tu Feng was bound by Na Xian's ethereal extent. At this moment, he was enduring with pain. Sweat beaded his forehead. It looked like he was trying his best to resist. Fei Lan and Leona exchanged looks, and then moved like ghosts towards Tu Feng. Their corrosive power Upanishad and dark power Upanishad were released almost at the same time, looming over Tu Feng. Tu Feng's body shook. He opened his eyes wide as a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Boom! The mountains floating above his god body pressed down with the weight of billions of gene. 1 gene equals 0. 5 kilograms equals 1 lbs. Boom! Tu Feng's god body exploded. He became exhausted immediately, thundering at the void. Na Xian, you court death. The giant tribe will come to an end because of your actions today. Na Xian's eyes became cold while he was floating in a dark place in the void. He was struggling inwardly. If he dies, your giant tribe can avoid a disaster. If he's alive, you guys will have a lot of trouble. Feng Rao was calm, giving a suggestion. You're on it. Why do you have to tie your hands? For the future of the giant tribe, I think he must die. Na Xian was struck. He finally got it and nodded. All right, I'm going to break the rules that the giant tribe has kept for tens of thousands of years. I will kill him. He finally used his power. Transparent, sharp sabers with the power of 5 elements were formed in his ethereal extent. Abruptly, countless sabers darted from the sky like a sprinkle, thrusting Tu Feng's god body. Fei Lan looked solemn as the erosive energy was shot out from her 10 fingers. It looked like she had released 10 eccentric snakes, winding around Tu Feng. Leona squinted, slapping the air. A dark sky descended, hanging above Tu Feng's head. Tu Feng's sea of consciousness had no light remaining. His soul and the soul altar seemed to have separated. They lost the rotary connection. This meant that Tu Feng was officially over. He had no hope of surviving. On the other side of the battleship, Monica was so inviting as she gently got undressed, showing her snow-white, flawless body that looked like a piece of dazzling, exquisite porcelain art. She was dancing swiftly. Layers of soul energy rippled and surged. Beautiful sceneries appeared in her god domain. Many maidens in different bearings emerged. They were trying to show their best attractive features, as if they wanted to drag any man into their warm, soft, and fragranced body and never leave. Her mind power Upanishad could put the warrior's mind in disarray and sink his soul and sea of consciousness. Is this fun? Shi Yen asked calmly. The divine sword in his hand shot out a beam of blood light, which then shattered the beautiful sceneries with the charming maidens. Soul bind. Shi Yan's eyes were garnet with a devil light. Negative energy gushed out like a raging flood as he attacked Monica. Only with the first look at his eyes, Monica felt like she had fallen into an endless blood sea. She wiggled in the dense blood plasma hopelessly. Although she used mind power Upanishad, she was affected by Shi Yan's negative moods. She couldn't keep her mind clear and sound anymore. She didn't know that Shi Yan had absorbed a lot of essence qi from the dead in this battle. His 720 acupuncture points had generated abundant and dense negative moods, like a vast sea. He was about to crack. Her appearance drained Shi Yan. As they were gazing at each other, the multiplied negative moods were sent directly to Monica. Ordinary people couldn't endure so many negative moods at the same time. Monica understood mind power Upanishad, so her sensibility was much more powerful. It meant that she had to bear multiplied energy of the negative moods. Monica couldn't stabilize her soul, sinking in the illusion of the blood sea. She couldn't use her own energy to get rid of it. "You're dead," Shiryen lowered his voice, muttering. His voice brought negative moods, overflowing Monica's sea of consciousness. Monica's eyes became gloomy. Her vitality drifted away rapidly. Her smooth, soft body gradually paled, losing its blush that showed good health. Her vitality seemed to be drained away. She didn't feel anything, and she looked as if she was happy to die. Shortly after, her charming body was as pale as a sheet of white paper. The last beam of light in her eyes vanished. Her soul altar was struggling in the sea of blood, unable to fly away. Yen released his black hole to engulf her soul altar. She was at the same realm with Ao Guduo, and Yen could also take her life away easily. He had used the negative energy to intrude her soul altar and the sea of consciousness. Slowly, he snatched her vitality. Monica turned into a cold corpse. Floating in front of Monica, Yen squinted while taking an essence qi that gushed out from her dead body. He left immediately without a bit of hesitation, returning to the battleship. On the battleship, Tu Feng was covered by darkness. He was corroded and subdued by the ethereal extent. Being killed was just a matter of time. Holding the divine sword in his hand, he walked between piles of corpses. His wrist flickered as he freed the pirates from their binds. He suddenly paused. Standing ahead of him were Bai Tian, Allard, and Bai Rao. They were looking at him bewilderedly. Staying by Bai Tian, Alchemist Jester frowned as he got absorbed into his thoughts. "Why did you follow them?" Yen sighed. Bai Tian turned around to look at Allard and Bai Rao, speaking calmly. "I wanted to seize a chance for them to survive. If I followed them, they don't need to work. Of course, without them, perhaps I would have still followed them. I'm a weak warrior, and weak warriors have to depend on the strong ones to survive. I had no choice." Yen kept silent. I will remember your favor today." Bai Tian looked at him, speaking seriously. "If I can survive, I will pay you back for your favor. I believe that if I have time, even if I'm in the Agate Star area, I can still thrive. If you don't mind, you can go to the old Orchid Star. My fellows are all there," invited Yen. "Okay, I have no place to go anyway." Bai Tian smiled begrudgingly. Pausing for a while, he looked at Jester and then spoke all of a sudden. Jester had contacted me when I was in Heaven Punishment City. He used to receive favors from the hegemon of the Underworld League. Of course, it's not important today, but I still wanted to tell you that. Yen was surprised. Jester woke up from his thoughts, smiling embarrassedly. "I followed the hegemon for a while. I departed with you guys, as he had asked me. However, I can't return to the Raging Flame Star area now. I hope you won't mind things in the past." He was an insider of the Underworld League among the pirates. They had plotted something. However, man proposes and God disposes of. Nothing would matter now. "It's okay. You should follow me from now on," Yen chuckled. Chapter 922, Energy Divergence. Chapter 922, Energy Divergence, _ Crack, crack, crack. Tu Feng's god body exploded. A powerful tearing force expanded from Tu Feng's body. The shock wave crushed some pirates into pieces. Yen discolored, and he couldn't help but shout, "All retreat from this battleship!" Carthu, Zi Yao, Feng Rao, and the others were frightened. They immediately jumped off the battleship. Feng Ku and the pirates ran helter-skelter. Shortly after, most of the people on the battleship had run away. Only Yen, Fei Lan, Katua, and Leona stayed. Boom! Tu Feng's body was like glass falling on the ground. Fine cracks appeared first. Then, the entire body shattered like the ground jade. His bones were still glowing. Endless essence, qi gushed out like water, discreetly congregating in Yen's acupuncture points. His 720 acupuncture points dissolved essence, qi, like massive seas. The vortex in each acupuncture point was revolving madly. Under Shiryen Na Xian and Fei Lan's cooperation, Tufeng, a first sky of ethereal god realm expert, couldn't resist any longer. His god body collapsed first. The ethereal god realm warriors had tremendous energy in their bodies. Shiryen, with his wide-open acupuncture points, was almost overloaded. He had to concentrate to keep his mind lucid. Although his god body had exploded, his ethereal extent and the soul altar weren't killed yet. They struggled to get through Na Xian's barrier. Fei Lan's corrosive energy turned into many gray lines like thousands of ropes tying down Tufeng's soul altar. Leona released Dark Power Upanishad, which ghostly covered all the light. Tufeng's sea of consciousness was now a pitch-black place, preventing him from connecting with his soul. Na Xian's ethereal extent snatched down from the sky, affecting the entire space. Tufeng couldn't sneak away. At this moment, Shiryen opened his eyes wider as he was apparently reluctant. He had never devoured the soul altar at ethereal god realm before. He understood that once he swallowed Tufeng's soul altar and refined it, it would be a great help to him. However, he wasn't so sure if he could endure it or not. If it was greater than his endurance, the effect would perhaps be reversed. He was hesitant, struggling in his mind. We can't let his soul altar flee, or else all of us wouldn't be able to escape Blood Halberd's pursuit. Leona shouted with a cold, brutal face. Crush his soul altar. Fei Lan and Na Xian had tried their best to break Tufeng's soul altar. However, Tufeng's realm was profound at ethereal god realm. After his soul altar had left his god body, it could temporarily get rid of rules of nature. If he tried his best to flee, Na Xian wouldn't be able to blockade him completely. Seeing that Tufeng's soul altar was about to get rid of Na Xian's confinement, Shiryen finally made up his mind begrudgingly. Touching his glabella, his three-tiered soul altar flew out. An evil aura emitted from the black hole in his soul altar while it was enlarging. It looked like a dark mouth, forcefully swallowing Tufeng's soul altar. Under that evil aura, Tufeng's spinning soul altar halted. Tufeng's ethereal soul was so frightened as if it could sense some danger. It hissed inaudibly, activating all kinds power. However, no matter how compelling his power Upanishad was, it couldn't help him flee away. The entire four-tiered soul altar was pulled into the black hole that was created by Shiryen. The original soul on Shiryen's soul altar suddenly projected a malicious blood light from the blood mark on its forehead. The evil energy that could affect people's mind rippled, engulfing Tufeng's four-tiered soul altar. Tufeng's aura disappeared completely right at the moment that the black hole devoured his soul altar. Fei Lan and Leona were also frightened because of the evil power Shiryen had just performed. Tufeng was dead. His soul altar and god body were gone. Shiryen had taken in the essence qi from his god body and the soul energy from his soul altar. A disorderly energy emitted from Shiryen's god body. Each of his acupuncture points was shivering. Negative energy diffused thickly. His skeleton resounded cracking sounds unceasingly as if he had firecrackers installed in his body. Boom! The headband on Ka Tuo's forehead suddenly exploded, revealing a blood mark. Boom! The same blood mark appeared on Leona's forehead. Fei Lan emerged right after her. The wrinkles on her forehead stretched as the identical blood mark emerged visibly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Beams of blood light shot out from Shiryen's 720 acupuncture points. They turned into pure energy, flowing to the blood mark on the forehead of Ka Tuo, Leona, and Fei Lan. At the same time, bright light dots filled Shiryen's soul altar. They were vigorous vitality. The crystal clear soul altar also entered the blood marks on their forehead like fireflies. The three of them were worried as they didn't know what was happening. However, when the blood light and soul energy light dogs entered their blood mark, their eyes brightened up instantly. They were thrilled. From Shi Yan as the fountain, blood light from his acupuncture points, and the soul energy from the black hole in his soul altar diverged into four beams. One flooded Shi Yan's body, and the other three poured into the other three's blood marks, respectively. Fei Lan took most of the mysterious energy, and then Leona. Ka, Tua, and Shi Yan had received almost the same proportion. The four of them all had the same blood mark. However, the other three had their marks on their forehead, while Shi Yan had it on his original soul. Apparently, Shi Yan was the giver. He kept and gave away energy. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua had received the excess energy that Shi Yan couldn't absorb. There were around 100 warriors on the Blood Halberd battleship, and many of them were at King God Realm. They had around 10 original God Realm experts, and one ethereal God Realm expert, which was Tu Feng. After they had been killed, Shi Yan had discreetly harvested their essence chi and soul altars. It seemed like he couldn't take in such an enormous amount of surging energy. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua shared something in common with him. All of them had the identical blood mark, and this blood mark was able to receive Shi Yan's energy directly. At the moment his energy was emitted, they connected to him proactively. The battleship had many damages, floating silently in the galaxy. Shi Yan, Leona, Fei Lan, and Ka Tua stood in different corners of the battleship, where Shi Yan was the core, releasing this mysterious energy. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua used the blood mark to share his energy. Time seemed to stop moving. Shi Yan's god body and the black hole in his soul altar were still refining and filtering energy, releasing energy to the other three. A giant figure emerged from a gloomy area. It was Na Xan. Frowning, Na Xan looked at the four people on the battleship, his face complicated. It was unknown what he was thinking, but his eyes were filled with fear. He told everybody to leave and to not come near the battleship. He asked them to wait in an area where they couldn't see the battleship. However, Na Xan had approached and watched in silence, and his observation lasted 3 days. 3 days later, Shi Yan, the fountain of energy, had stopped releasing the two mysterious kinds of energy. Fei Lan, Ka Tua, and Leona didn't say anything, closing their eyes and meditating on the battleship. After the three of them had quieted down, Shi Yan also sat down cross-legged. The energy around his body gradually ceased, but it still surged from time to time inside his god body. Na Xan came, standing by the battleship and watching them. He stared at the blood marks on their forehead. Several days later, Shi Yan woke up first, but he didn't move. He just observed the other three as if he was considering something. He finally knew why the owner of the blood vein ring would become the master of the bloodthirsty cortege of 8. It wasn't simply because it was the great realm and power. Instead, it was because this person could help his 8 escorts increase their realm and power endlessly. Through the blood marks, that person could diverge the refined energy from essence chi and soul altars he has taken in. He could distribute the energy to each of them separately. The blood mark was the only thing that they used to receive the magical energy from this person. As long as the 8 escorts of Bloodthirsty followed him in the same way, they would receive benefits from him after each bloody battle. Just like him, their realms would be enhanced tremendously. The Bloodthirsty cortege of 8 had supernatural power Upanishad, and they could receive energy and pure soul energy from the Master to refine their soul altar. How could they not become even more powerful? He understood now. Also, Shi Yan could now confirm that Fei Lan, Ka Tua, and Leona, the 3 warriors with the inheritance and the blood mark, would never leave him. Even if they didn't call him Master, they would always act as his most loyal servants. They would honestly and dedicatedly serve him and protect him. They would even sell their lives to him, because he could bestow them everything. In any star area, power and realm were the most irresistible gifts, the best things that people had ever yearned for. After several days later, Leona, Phelan, and Ka-Tua gradually woke up. Ka-Tua opened his eyes and spoke. "I'm about to break through to second sky of original God realm." He looked at Shur-Yen, his eyes showing his sincere gratitude. Leona chuckled, glancing at Phelan. "Auntie, I think you don't want to leave Shur-Yen anymore, right?" Phelan nodded, squinting as she was smiling. "Even if someone beats me up." Only the three of them could know what benefits this harvest had given them after this experience. "Hey guys, I've seen the mark on your forehead," Na'Exain contemplated and then lowered his voice. "It was around 1,000 years ago when I saw a man with the same mark. He was an intimidating expert." Shur-Yen, Phelan, Leona, and Ka-Tua all looked at him. Chapter 923, Taboo Power. Chapter 923, Taboo Power. Na'Exain's words shocked Shur-Yen's team. There was about an 80% or 90% chance that a person with a blood mark belonged to one of the 8 lineages of the Bloodthirsties cortege. Phelan and Leona came here also to find those people. Leona's father and Phelan's man, the strongest of the dark sky, had followed the star map's direction to the agate star area. Phelan and Leona wanted to know whether they were alive or not. Na'Exain gave them hope. "Can you give us more details?" Leona's voice trembled uneasily. She longed for it, but she was also afraid. She hoped that the person Na'Exain mentioned was her father or her big uncle. However, she was afraid that it could be a negative answer. Phelan's eyes were dark and gloomy. The wrinkles on her face were like the bark of a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. They were dried, reflecting no light. At this moment, she felt tense. Na'Exain pondered for a while and then looked at Shur-Yen and the other 3 with a little fear. "Are you related to him?" "Something like that," Shur-Yen smiled. "I hope you can solve our doubts." It happened around 1,500 or 600 years ago. It has been a long time, so I can't give you the exact number of years. But the scene that year is like a nightmare that haunts me deep in my soul. It feels like it happened just yesterday. I can remember it clearly. I had only first sky of original God realm that year. I went with the soldiers of my tribe to Broken Star Field to try to find the rare, cultivating materials for our tribe. We heard some news that they had found the original incipient grade material in Broken Star Field. We knew our capacity. We would never get it, but since we were curious, we went there to see. Many warriors gathered in a deep place inside the Broken Star Field. It was the most dangerous area. They were trying to take that original incipient grade material. The battle was inevitable. It was very harsh and fiery. Forces of the far west joined this battle, killing each other for that rare material. That battle was one of the most unique events that I've witnessed in my life. It gave me a deep impression that I have never forgotten. While the battle continued very furiously, a withered old man wearing a straw coat appeared. He had a blood mark like yours on his forehead. As soon as he appeared, he headed to the area where the original incipient grade material lay. He just kept walking, and the warriors in his way stopped fighting. Their eyes became empty. Their vitality was gone. They died like that, standing at their spots. No one could move while the old man walked. After he got to the center, several thousand warriors who joined the battle all fell. All of them. It looked like he just took a walk in his backyard. He didn't care about the dangers, deliberately taking the material and leaving to a deep place inside Broken Star Field. He disappeared shortly after. At that time, many weaker warriors were observing that battle. We were some of them. Because we stayed far from them, we weren't affected. We waited for some days after he left to send people there and check. We found that thousands of warriors who had joined that battle had their soul altars vanished. There was no one alive. They looked like dried mummies without a single beam of vitality. Reaching this part, Exayan stopped, giving a forced smile. Many warriors joined that battle had the ethereal god realm. One of them was at the first sky of incipient god realm. They all died. Shiryen, Fei Lan, Leona, and Katua had strange faces as they were stern inwardly. It's him. He used to appear in Raging Flamestar area, the one that cultivates dead power Upanishad. After a long time, Leona said weakly, seems like he wasn't killed in God Perishing Land. Gulu left the Chaos Power Upanishad and then died. But he's still alive. He's such an imposing existence. When that man appeared in Raging Flamestar area, he brought them a great disaster. He had taken lives on dozens of life stars, killing many experts of the Raging Flamestar area. The head of the Dark Sky family was the imperial master of the divine nation. After the short encounter with this man, he got the Corrosion Power Upanishad and a little explanation of the blood mark. He said that he wanted to go to God Perishing Land to rescue one of his brothers, Galu, who cultivated Chaos Upanishad. Galu was dead, his soul altar shattered, leaving only the inheritance to Ka-Tu. His rescuer cultivated Death Power Upanishad, and that man was still alive under besiege of the God Clan. He drifted to the agate and showed himself once. You guys are related to him, right? The mark on your head is identical to his. Exayan hesitated for a while and then said, when we get to the Broken Star field, you'd better not show that mark. Otherwise, we will fall into big trouble. Exayan smiled begrudgingly and continued his talk. Many forces in the far west and the precursors of the experts here had buried themselves in that battle. If they know you guys are related to that man, they will not spare you. Shiryen and the others exchanged looks, falling into silence. Don't worry. We know how to behave. We won't expose the mark. If we aren't so begrudging, we won't show our weakness. After a long moment, Shiryen curled his lips. It will be like today. We will kill all the ones who may cause trouble. Exayan felt chilled, his face more bitter. He had a little regret that that man was related to Shiryen now. This man was technically a thug with harsh and cold deeds. Since this young man was related to that man, Exayan wondered if he would bring disaster to the giant tribe or not. All right, I'll leave you guys here. Excuse me. Exayan sighed and then turned around and left. He headed to where the giants, Ziyao and Feng Rao, gathered. Did you harvest something? After the giant left, Shiryen smiled, relaxing. I have diverged the energy that I got this time and sent more than half of it to you guys, especially to Precursor Phelan. How do you feel now? Good, so good. I feel so good. Phelan nodded. We can do it more. Yeah, it is better to do it more. I'm not afraid to share your pressure. Pausing for a while, she smiled honestly. Such extreme energy fluctuation has exceeded your endurance. It's also the help that we gave you by sharing the excess energy, right? Leona and Ka-Tua brightened their eyes. Shiryen smiled. Yeah, it is. I can't take too much energy like that. Absorbing it all is impossible. I felt better sharing it with you guys. They exchanged looks. Shortly after, they burst out laughing. Their countenance relaxed and cheered. Today, Phelan, Katua, and Leona had finally found Shiryen's secret. They knew how special he was and how tremendous the support they could gain from him. The energy from essence chi and soul altars of the dead expert would be refined and converted to the energy in the warrior's body to nurture the soul altar, making his understanding of power more profound. This deed of benefiting oneself by harming the others was utterly a taboo. Once the others knew about this, that warrior would be eliminated at any cost. This was the taboo power, the power that shouldn't exist. However, to the ones who received benefits from it, they all knew how marvelous it was to them. I think I don't need to say much. You guys all know how magical it is. Shiryen smiled and nodded. We should arrange our people and continue our journey. Feng Ku and the pirates couldn't go the same way with Bai Tian to Broken Starfield indeed. Shi Yan let Jester, Long Zhu, and Feng Rao took them back to the old Orchid Star. They knew that they should avoid the spear of Blood Halberd. Shortly after, they arranged everything. Jester, Long Zhu, and Feng Rao took the others, returning to the old Orchid Star. Shi Yan, Fei Lan, Leona, Katua, Karthu, and Ziyao continued to go with the giants to Broken Star Field. Broken Star Field. Deep under a sapphire lake lay a crystal palace. It was the headquarters of Blood Halberd. Inside a purple crystal hall were several gloomy lamps. The flames of those lamps had magical energy fluctuations. It rippled like water waves with life auras. All of a sudden, the flame of one of those lamps flickered and then extinguished. Clink, clank, clink, clank. A series of strange noises arose in the purple crystal hull. It sounded like some kind of sharp weapons had just broken. Swish, swish, swish. Silhouettes appeared from different corners. They stood in the hall, looking at that extinguished lamp, their eyes dark and gloomy. Tu Feng is dead. One of them shouted. He was in charge of transporting the mine slaves. He didn't have any combat engagement mission. Why did he get killed? Report to the master immediately. Inform him about this. Another man yelled ear-piercingly. Whoever that was, if he dares to trouble Blood Halberd and kill our brother, we must find him and skin him little by little. Where's Tu Feng's Dage? He's in the center of Broken Star Field. Inform him immediately. Let him investigate this. Tu Fei will do his best to take revenge for his brother. Okay. Warriors of Blood Halberd continued to spread the news everywhere from the crystal purple hull. Deep in a mine of Broken Star Field, an earth-shaking explosion suddenly sounded in a massive hole. Many mine slaves were slaughtered at their spots. Blood and flesh splashed everywhere. Boom, boom. Rumble, rumble. The cave suddenly collapsed, burying many mine slaves. A ferocious man dashed out, facing the sky and shouting crazily, "Brother, I swear I will make that one suffer from all of the torture in this world." While roaring, he left the place hastily, rising a tornado when he rocketed into the sky, heading to where the warriors gathering outside the Broken Star Field. Wherever his figure crossed by, explosions resounded from the place underneath. Many warriors shouted, yelling, and cursing. OF*CK. What has enraged that lunatic Tu Fei? I wonder who has enraged that madman. He will receive big bad luck. Well, if you tease him, you won't have a decent ending. Now, let's not discuss this. If that lunatic hears you, you're in big trouble. Everybody lowered their voices and discussed. However, they were scared and they shivered. It was as if they were afraid that the one flying above their heads would notice them. Chapter 924. A Reward of 1 Million. Chapter 924. A Reward of 1 million, _ Shi Yan's team saw more battleships when they got closer to Broken Star Field. There were various battleships with strange and yet surprising structures. Some were made of wood, bones, or a particular stone, while some looked like they were made of metal. It could perhaps be some kind of rare metal materials. Notably, their shapes were fascinating. They saw lozenge diamond battleships. They even saw a monster-like and a tree-like battleship. They all had many mine slaves who were watched over by experts. They could see countless King God Realm, original God Realm warriors, and ethereal God Realm experts. The owners of those battleships were mostly in this realm. In general, the average realm of warriors in the Agate Star area was one level higher than in Raging Flame Star area. In Raging Flame Star area, an expert at peak of original God Realm was already a legend. They were pretty rare. However, in this area that realm was typical. Many warriors from the battleships they met had observed them, and some even asked for information about the murder of Tu Feng. In Broken Star Field, Tu Fei, Tu Feng's big brother, had posted a reward of 1 million top-quality divine crystals for anyone who could provide the information related to that murder case. As soon as they could give precise information, they would receive this fortune of divine crystals. 1 million top-quality divine crystals was a colossal fortune in everybody's eyes. Even though the giant tribe had lived in the old Orchid Star for many years, their assets couldn't be that much. No one doubted Shi Yan's group. Going with the giants had given them a perfect cover that the others could never relate them to that murder case. In the far west region, the giants was famous for peaceful and kind characteristics. If the other didn't offend them to the point they couldn't endure, they would never attack first. And it was impossible to imagine that the giant would eradicate any battleship. Since they were going with Na Xian, many experts of different forces just asked if they had seen anyone suspicious on the way. No one had ever thought that the murders were actually standing in front of them. Your good tribe is famous indeed. You have never attacked anyone first, so you will never be suspicious. Ha! We're lucky that we went with you, said Shi Yan smilingly. Na Xian had a bitter countenance, speaking begrudgingly. I've broken the rules. If I didn't go with you, I would never have done anything like that. It goes against our integrity. Everything has an exception. I think you guys should renovate your thoughts a little bit. If you get yourself bullied that easy, your tribe will come to an end one day. Shi Yan frowned. Your tribe has good innate endowments and powerful physique that the same level warriors couldn't resist. You have the gifted talent of strength like the most excellent soldiers. Why do you have to bind yourself painfully like that? If you can be like other clans that seize any chances to strengthen their clans, I think you guys would be soon one of the strongest clans in the Agate Star area. It's easier said than done. Our precursors have taught us to live in harmony and minimize grudges. They didn't give us any wicked thought. It has been tens of thousands of years. We can't change instantly, sighed Na Xian. These days, staying together with Shi Yan and the others, he understood that the giant tribe must change. If they were conservative and stubborn, their tribe would never be stable and prosperous. You guys must get used to it gradually, Shi Yan smiled. Going with me, I will let you see that sometimes you have to be cruel to the others or to yourself, and what you will receive will be beyond your imagination. Along the way, Shi Yan continually spread his cunning and wicked thoughts to the giants. He was trying to guide this naive clan in going a better way to change their mindset. When Shi Yan's group met the battleships of many forces, the others asked them about Tu Feng, but none of them had doubted this group of warriors. After several months, Shi Yan and his friends finally stepped on the land outside the Broken Star Field. It was a gridiron planned city in a broken continent of a star at the peripheral area of the Broken Star Field. It was about the size of land of God Punishment, where many auction houses, restaurants, mine slave markets, and shops were held. This place was a hustle and bustle indeed. This city was called Broken Star City. It didn't have a governance body or rules. Any warrior could enter the city, do transactions or harvesting, whatever they wanted freely. The backyard of the Broken Star City was Broken Star Field, where there was the beautiful name of Natural Resources Field. It had countlessly occupied and unoccupied mines and many perilous areas. Battles often happened. Every day, it attracted hundreds of explorers. People died there in every minute. After Shi Yan had arrived in the Broken Star City, he noticed that many warriors were observing them, and the ones who had just come had strange eyes. They wanted to see the familiar faces in his group and in the batch of new mine slaves. The portraits of Feng, Ke's group, had been printed in some special crystals. Those people were holding those kinds of crystals to search among the new mine slaves who had just arrived. They were investigating the murder case of Tu Feng, indeed. Of course, they didn't dare to search all the ones who had just arrived in the city. They just stopped and watched a few of the battleships of powerful forces. After the battleships anchored, they could only observe from a distance. None of them dared to come forward and ask to check the ships. It seemed that Blood Halberd didn't dare to create grudges against someone. It's lucky that we've sent Phone Ku's team back. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble right when we have arrived in Broken Star Field, Katoa said, lowering his voice. Fei Lan scolded him with a cold face. From now on, say nothing about what had happened. Warriors in this area have high and profound realms. They can eavesdrop even from 10,000 meters away. Don't discuss. When they notice the anomaly, it will be hard to control the situation. Katoa shivered inwardly. He nodded, asking himself to forget what had happened. Not Xian's group of giants was prominent in Broken Star City. Their physiques were so massive, and they couldn't transform like the monster clansmen. Standing in the city, they looked like equals small mountains. It looked strange that Yan's team stayed close to the giants. It was because the old Orchid Star was a remote area that didn't have many visitors. It was also because the giants weren't good at communicating with other people. Precursor, we should diverge. You just need to tell me the location of AI Fu's shop. Yan lowered his voice as he had noticed the strange eyes of the others. Over there. Not Xian pointed to a direction. Just go there. It's the biggest store. AI Fu's famous in Broken Star City. He got a big place here. When doing business with him, we just need to pay attention to his bargaining. We don't need to worry about having trouble in his place. Once he seals the deal with you, he is easygoing and frank. Okay, after we're done, we will meet again. Yan smiled, walking with Fei Lan, Katoa, Karthu, Leona, and Z out to the place that the giant had shown them. From a bird's view, Broken Star City was planned with street grids. It seemed that this kind of layout hid something. Of course, Yan and his team didn't care about this thing. They gingerly walked on the streets and watched out for strangers, heading to AI Fu's auction house. Soon, an ancient luxury building appeared in their vision. It looked like the building was built from some kind of precious stone. The several hundred-meter-tall building was glowing in a silvery halo as it was made of strange silver rocks. Compared to it, the surrounding buildings and houses around looked much smaller. Sure, Yin chuckled as he knew that it was their target. He took Fei Lan and the others to that place quickly. At the stone gate of the ancient building, a lanky teenage at second sky of King God Realm was screaming hastily, "Let me in! Let me in! I want to see Master AI Fu. I have a good thing to offer." Standing in the front door was a warrior who looked like an iron electricity pole. He was around 3 meters tall with the aura of the Monster Clan. He got the second sky of original God Realm cultivation base. This beefy warrior guarded the door, squinting and shouting at the teenage, "Get lost! I'm here to offer something good. Master AI Fu will find it interesting. I'm sure." The teenage said affirmatively, "Master AI Fu will get angry if you make this mistake. Let me in." "Move!" the Monster Clan muscular warrior snorted, waving his hand. The teenager was kicked out like a rubber ball. He rolled until he was stopped by Yan's legs. Blood trickled down his mouth. He got up, frowning, throwing a glance at Yan, and then begging the guard again. "I'm begging you. My father needs divine crystals. I'm sure Master AI Fu will be interested in what I offer this time." "Our master doesn't have time for you. Brat, every time you come here, you all bring bullshit news and trash things. Don't disturb my master." The Monster Clan warrior had a cold countenance. "I'm warning you. If you dare to intrude, don't blame me." The teenage shivered as if he knew that the other actually dared to kill him. He stooped in distress, muttering, his face sorrowful. "It's really a strange place there. All things are dead. No beam of vitality. That man must have stopped there that year. I think it must have his will or intent domain there." Fei Lan's eyes brightened. Her figure flashed, and then she reappeared by the boy. She contemplated, and Hen asked, "What do you know? Can you tell us?" The teenager was struck, jabbering. "Last time I went to a deep place in the Broken Star Field, I found a strange place. That place has no sign of living things. The earth and heaven energy there seems to be restrained. Something like Power Upanishad also surged there. I didn't dare to enter. I felt so weak just standing by the edge of that place, so I hastened to leave." Fei Lan got something. She couldn't help but turn around to look at Shi Yan. Shi Yan nodded. "You stay put. Don't go. Wait for us. When we get out, we want your news." Fei Lan lowered his voice. The teenager had his face brightly happy. He nodded continually. "Yes, yes. I will wait for you guys." Shi Yan, Leona, and Ka Tua exchanged looks. They didn't say anything, but walked to the ancient building. "Are you here to buy or sell?" The monster clan brawny guard asked lazily. "Sell. We want to meet your master, AI Fu." Shi Yan smiled. "It's a big business, you know. Around several hundreds of top-quality divine crystals. I'm sure AI Fu will find it interesting. Follow me." The monster clan man studied them for a while. After they found that Fei Lan had the ethereal god realm, he nodded, walking into the building. Shi Yan's team immediately followed him. Chapter 9:25 Big Business. Chapter 9:25 Big Business _ In any star area, the divine crystal was a basic currency. The divine crystals stored earth and heaven energy that warriors could absorb directly. This feature ensured the constant value of the divine crystal. The agate star area had many life stars with abundant earth and heaven energy. If the warriors cultivated there and accumulated energy, their powers would increase gradually. However, the warriors wouldn't always stay in one life star. They needed to go to different areas to gain experience and practice. In many isolated areas, earth and heaven energy was cut off. Once the warriors got hurt or consumed a lot of energy, they had to use divine crystals to recover. The agate star area had top-quality divine crystals. Each crystal could store an enormous amount of energy, which could restore 1/10 of the power of a warrior at original god realm. The divine crystal was also the source of energy for battleships, formations, treasures, and the refining process. It was inevitable to a warrior's cultivation. Thus, divine crystals were never going to be outdated. They were going to always be the standard and popular currency. The reward of 1,000,000 divine crystals, posted by Fei of Blood Halberd, made many people drool. Many information brokers were stirred up because of this reward. The entire Broken Star City was looking for the murderer who had killed Tu Feng. AI Fu also had some kinds of news like this. AI Fu was famous in Broken Star City indeed. Not only did he trade cultivation materials, but he also sold battleships and slaves. AI Fu also had a force of information brokers who captured the strange news from the far west. He could use that information to gain more benefit. In the center of the ancient building, AI Fu was sitting in a magnificently luxury hall. He was holding a glass, swirling the red liquid in it. His glass contained some kind of wine that was as red as human blood. However, it had a pleasant aroma. As his wrist swirled the glass, the wine shimmered beautifully. AI Fu took a sip, and it seemed like he passionately enjoyed it, but his indifferent eyes were looking at the man in front of him. "I've done a lot of businesses with your blood halberd. Of course, I will pay more attention to you. I'd met your brother several times. I will keep an eye on his case." Fei had a lot of cuts on his face, his bearings ferocious. A small, green snake wound around the elbow of the arm he used to hold the glass. It was tucking its tongue in and out. Its triangular eyes were full of savage light. "Thank you. As long as you find the murderer, I will offer 1,000,000 divine crystals personally." Fei stood up and bent his body slightly. "Your information gathering system is the best in Broken Star City. I am counting on you. AI Fu held the glass of wine in one hand, his other hand waving relaxingly. He smiled. Don't worry. If someone gets the news first, it will be my men. Yeah, I believe so. Thus, I came to see you. Tu Fei looked stern. If you need to use force, please spare his life. I want to kill him myself. Of course, I can feel your brotherhood. Don't worry. I'll keep it in mind, AI Fu said frankly. Master, some strangers came to see you. They say that they have a big business. They want to deal with you. At this moment, the voice of the monster clan guard arose from outside the hall. AI Fu suddenly felt funny, pouring himself a full glass of wine. My luck is good today. I got 2 businesses come to my door. Haha, let them in, let them in. You guys can come in now, said the monster clan guard. Shi Yan, Leona, Fei Lan, and Katua walked into the great hall. They saw Tu Fei. Tu Fei's eyes were like the malignant eyes of a viper as they were raking through Shi Yan's team. Under his eyes, they felt chilled as if a snake was using its sticky tongue to draw something on their skin. They all felt uncomfortable, their soul altars trembling uneasily. Fei Lan's wrinkles twitched as she frowned discreetly. Tu Fei's line of sight was focused on Fei Lan, the warrior who had the highest realm in this group at first sky of ethereal god realm. Shi Yan's team and Tu Fei passed each other. Afterward, Tu Fei still turned around to look at them. After a while, he snorted and left with a worried face. Don't touch him. He's about to go crazy. Someone killed his brother. He's like a mad dog now. He hates that he can't bite people to vent out his anger. After Tu Fei left, AI Fu didn't try to be polite and he mocked Tu Fei. Come here. What do you have to offer? Let me see. As long as you have good stuff, you don't need to worry about the price. Is he Tu Fei? Shi Yan shivered inwardly, but his face was calm. His brother was at first sky of ethereal god realm. Who could kill him? Fei Lan, Leona, Ziyao, and Katua bent their heads slightly, their faces strange. They didn't dare to intervene. However, they were very anxious as they were afraid that Shi Yan would reveal something. AI Fu was surprised. He studied Shi Yan and then smiled. Come have a seat. If he could kill Tu Feng, he should be at second sky of ethereal god realm. That lunatic didn't trouble you, but he left because he thought that you guys weren't strong enough. You were lucky then. He previously wanted to talk to Fei Lan because she had the highest realm in this group. He thought that she was the leader. However, when Shi Yan talked, the rest of the team kept silent. He immediately understood that the young man at first sky of original god realm was the real leader. He was startled and couldn't help but think why that was the case. As he has an ethereal god realm member in his entourage, what was this kid's identity? I never saw him before. Maybe he came from another area of Agate Star area. Typically, there was only one possibility when low realm warriors were escorted by high realm warriors. He has a powerful background, like AI Fu himself. AI Fu's realm wasn't high, but he had third sky of ethereal god realm members in his cortege. It was because of his great background as his grandfather was that incipient god realm grandfather. He thought that Shi Yan was this sort of man. What realm does Tu Fei have? Shi Yan sat down nonchalantly, facing AI Fu. He deliberately lifted a crystal glass and poured himself a glass full of wine, asking calmly, So Tu Fei is very dangerous in the far west region. The calmer and more natural he was, the higher the possibility that AI Fu thought he had an influential background. He studied Shi Yan, speaking with a smile. Tu Fei is at second sky of ethereal god realm. He's famous in the far west region indeed. He's the commander of Blood Halberd. Is he dangerous or not? He's number 1, I guess. Apparently, Tu Fei wasn't really dangerous in AI Fu's eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't mock him after he had left. Are you interested in Tu Fei? AI Fu had a strange light flare in his eyes while he gazed at Shi Yan, contemplating. It's a reward of 1 million. Haha! When I heard that he posted a big reward, of course I got interested. Shi Yan made an excuse, but his face stiffened right after that. We should talk. A shiny light flashed on his palm. The small lumber of the life ancient tree from the Wood clan emerged. He chuckled, pushing it to the table in front of AI Fu. Give me a price. AI Fu's eyes brightened immediately. He carefully picked up the lumber while sensing and checking. Sometimes he released a wisp of soul consciousness. He was stunned. Rare. This is extremely rare and precious. Yes, this is big business. He paused for a while, looking at Shi Yan with a smile. Bro, give me a price. Yeah, you go first, Shi Yan smiled. You're a professional. You should know its value. I won't shame myself. AI Fu caressed the lumber. Hesitating for a while, he said, slowly, this lumber of the life ancient tree from the Wood clan has a natural wooden texture. It carries the most subtle feature of the Wood Power Upanishad. It should be extremely precious. However, it's very small, and the other race can't benefit much from it. If I want to sell it, I have to find the members of the Wood clan. Moreover, he should be a powerful and generous one. But we don't have many members of the Wood clan in the far west region. It's a bit troublesome. Before the businessman gives a price, he naturally tries to give bad comments to degrade the item and lower its price. AI Fu had reminded Shi Yan's team, though. Shi Yan swirled his glass of wine. From time to time, he took a sip as he wasn't in a hurry to chat. He just looked at AI Fu and smiled. Although it's precious, I don't have many potential customers. It'll be complicated to sell this item. AI Fu tried to lower the value of the lumber and then took a deep breath, frowning at Shi Yan. Bro, do you want to take materials or divine crystals? Only divine crystals, said Shi Yan deliberately. Well, if you only need divine crystals, it will be easier. AI Fu rubbed his chin and considered for a while before smiling. 3 million top-quality divine crystals. What do you think? It's not a bad price. 3 million. Shi Yan felt funny, putting down the glass of wine lazily. He then stretched out his body. So you don't want to buy it? Okay, we won't disturb you anymore. He got up and sauntered out of the hall, not pausing for even a moment. Fei Lan and the others got up and followed him. Wait a minute! Before Shi Yan was about to walk out of the hall, AI Fu hissed and spoke seriously. For million. 5 million. I won't sell the lumber less than that amount. Shi Yan turned his head, speaking earnestly. AI Fu hesitated for a while and then nodded all of a sudden. Deal. Shi Yan grinned, getting back to the table. He took his seat and continued drinking. I'm waiting for your divine crystals. Oh, I can't collect enough by today. Give me some time. AI Fu's smile became reluctant. Lately, I've bought too many materials. I've paid a lot of divine crystals. Now I have around 3 million only. Hey, are you interested in cultivating materials? War chariots or battleships? Pellets, ancient books, armor, or weapons? Except for original incipient grade items, I have most of those things. Let me show them to you, can I? Shi Yan, Fei Lan, and Leona were stunned as they were petrified by what AI Fu had introduced. Your realms are common here. I have many things suitable for you guys. Just take a look first, and then we will decide later, okay? AI Fu continued to encourage them. What do you think? Shi Yan rubbed his chin, glancing at Fei Lan, Leona, and Katua. They nodded. All looked excited. Shi Yan smiled, talking, all right. Let's check what you got. Please come in. AI Fu smiled cheerfully, leading them. Chapter 926. Treasury. Chapter 926. Treasury _ AI Fu walked to a rainbow-colored, meandering path behind the Great Hall. This passage looked like a space channel full of light and magical energy fluctuations. Shi Yan's team followed AI Fu through the passage, emerging on a shadowy mineral star. This mineral star was shrouded by some peculiar barrier. Because of it, they couldn't see the sun, moon, stars, or immense earth and heaven energy. The horizon was still a vast gray area. This star was bigger than Broken Star City. Holy *T. Ka Tua couldn't help but acclaim. Fei Lon, Leona, Ziyao, and Carthu were also dumbstruck. They were shocked watching the scenery. Many battleships with different styles and shapes were parked on this planet. They looked like the antiquity, beasts lying on the ground. They were more than 1,000 meters long. Some were wooden, while others were made of stone or metal. There were dozens of them, each built to be luxurious and magical. The battleships had labels which read their manufacture date, usage manual, and type of energy used. Also, it clearly stated how to drive and control the battleship accurately. Dozens of battleships parking here were imposing, intimidating people with their visibility. Many stone platforms stood in another corner where piles of materials, precious armor, and exotic weapons were left. They could also see a lot of different colored pellets in countless bottles. It looked like this place had everything they wanted. Cultivating materials, battleships, armor, spiritual medicines and pellets, scriptures, and rare refining tool materials were displayed on those massive stone platforms. They could easily find what they needed. There were around 1,000 stone platforms scattered on an area of several mu of land. They were filled with properties that could make anyone drool. Young master. 2 old men wearing shabby garments emerged from nowhere, greeting AI Fu respectfully. Fei Lon glanced at the 2 old men, changing her countenance a little bit, hissing, "Third sky of ethereal god realm." Those 2 old men didn't look at the guests but guarded on AI Fu's sides. From their appearances, they knew those 2 considered AI Fu as their master. AI Fu smiled, pointing around. "You guys take a look. Everything here is for sale. You can buy them for 2 million divine crystals. I will tell you the exact price of the items you choose." Shi Yan's team was attracted. Shi Yan had a sharp eye. At first glance, he knew that those bottles and jars there were outstanding. Most of them were divine-grade pellets from level 1 to level 7. Even the heavenly mending pellets Jester had refined looked very normal here. There were 5 or 6 bottles on the stone platform. Pellets that were more valuable than the heavenly mending pellets were put on a stone platform. There were 10 bottles, but they seemed to not be treated in a special way. Another section of the stone platform area was used to display precious armor. Light sparkled continually from there. Each of the armor pieces had supernatural energy fluctuate. They could feel the distinctive auras of lightning, flame, and ice. Apparently, they were made for warriors who cultivated different power Upanishads. All of them made people drool. AI Fu was genuinely a wealthy man sitting on a mountain of treasures. This star used to be an abandoned mineral star. We've renovated it and made it our storage area. Choose what you want. I will use the divine crystals to give you the prices. AI Fu was satisfied seeing them astounded. He smiled and continued, "You have 2 million divine crystals. Choose whatever you want. We can use divine crystals to pay for everything here." Carthu, Ziyao, Katua, and even Leona were looking at Shi Yan with desire in their eyes. Sure, Yan couldn't be calm anymore. Hesitating for a while, he gave a forced smile. "You guys can check if you want anything." As soon as he said that, Leona, Carthu, Ziyao, and Katua immediately dashed away. They were thrilled to observe each stone platform as if they were in the best dream ever that they didn't want to wake up from. "I have something suitable for you too." AI Fu shrugged contentedly, speaking to Fei Lon, who was still calm. "Your ethereal extent hasn't been formed yet. I have something specialized for warriors at your realm. It can help you condense the ethereal extent faster. I also have some special pellets to mend the damaged ethereal soul. If you don't mind, take a look. Fei Lon couldn't stay calm anymore. Swish! She disappeared shortly in the direction AI Fu had shown her. It seemed as if she didn't get things that satisfied her. She would never come out. How is my place? AI Fu smiled, looking at Shuryen. I'm curious. You have only first sky of original God realm. Why are you so placid? Haha. Is it true that you've seen something even bigger and seen more treasures than what I have here? He instinctively deemed Shuryen as a member of a prominent force in Agate Star area who came here for a simple trip. Seeing Shuryen keep calm, he evidently thought that Shuryen had seen something better. He didn't know that Shuryen was also stunned. It was just that Shuryen was different from Leona and Fei Lon. He himself was already the most mysterious and magical treasure with endless mysteries. His mysterious power Upanishads characteristics helped him be independent of pellets. He knew the essence of his power Upanishad, so he didn't need to use external support. He didn't have a special need for the tonic pellets in this place. As for weapons and armor, Shuryen thought that he didn't need to care about any other treasures since he had the divine sword and the blood shield. He had the most suitable items for him in his hands already, so he didn't need to be greedy for treasures here. He was placid enough not to run around and try to find suitable, cultivating materials. I will just take a look then, Shuryen answered deliberately and then walked around the stone platforms. Sometimes he threw a glance on the battleships afar from them. Expensive battleships are from 100,000 divine crystals to millions of them. Of course, there are more expensive battleships, which can be compared to the value of a life star. Anyway, I'm not capable of selling them. AI Fu smiled, following him to give him more information. If you don't have a battleship or your battleship is broken, you should consider buying one here. Just tell me what kind of features you want. I will give you more information. Speed, defense, attack, I have everything. I'm sure you will like them. AI Fu was promoting his products, trying to fill the hole of 2 million divine crystals. He hated that he couldn't make sure Yen buy more. Sure, Yen listened to him and didn't intervene. He just smiled, watching each stone platform. His silky soul consciousness was searching around discreetly. He halted by a stone platform, frowning. This Tenmu platform was supported by 2 shabby formations with a cut, empty fantasy crystal as the foundation. The magical, exquisite lines were carved thickly on the crystal, weaving with each other to make patterns and drawings of the broken formations. Mother and Child Sky linking formation. They are said to be created by a warrior who specialized in space power. Within 1-star area, we can use this formation to connect. Anyway, this formation is broken. Otherwise, it would be priceless. But it's cheap now. Are you interested in it? Smiled AI Fu. This pair of formations can connect the space within 1-star area. Shuryen's eyes brightened. Before it was broken, this formation was able to do that. However, its range was just within 1-star area. It's not as magical as the hollow channel, which can connect the 2-star areas. AI Fu smiled. But it can't do anything now. It's broken. Both the mother formation and the child formation are broken at different levels. We can't fix them, so we keep them here. Warriors who cultivate space Upanishad can choose them. But I'm afraid the others won't find them interesting. How much? Shuryen was silent for a while, chuckling. I'm interested in space power. I want to use them for my study. 200,000 divine crystals. AI Fu didn't care about this item very much. If it wasn't shattered, this mother and child sky linking formation would be worth at least 10 million divine crystals. But it's broken now. Sigh. Just consider that I'm selling the empty fantasy crystal to you. 200,000 divine crystals. Okay, I'll take it, Shuryen grinned. Good. AI Fu was a little content. Come here, come here. This way, this way. Perhaps you will find something else you like. But Shi Yan didn't buy anything else. However, Fei Lan, Leona, Carthu, Katua, and Xiao all found things they liked. All looked so excited. Yao liked a set of armor, which looked like it had brilliant and gorgeous rainbow light twirling around. It was stunning indeed, and it seemed to have some light intent domain, which could boost up Yao's realm and competence significantly. That set of armor was at level 5 divine grade. It was priced at 100,000 divine crystals. Carthu found a narrow sword of 2 fingers size. It was small but pretty sharp. It also suited his power Upanishad. He looked delighted. AI Fu said it cost 150,000 top-quality divine crystals. Leona and Ka Tua didn't find any armor or treasure, but they took some pellets. They were all level 5 and level 6 divine grade pellets. They were useful for steadying and strengthening their realms. AI Fu set the price of 500,000 divine crystals for those bottles. Fei Lan had found the most precious item. She had a sticky, ivory substance called etherealizing fluid. According to AI Fu, it provided the best help in condensing ethereal extents. Naturally, it was precious. It was just a tiny chunk of etherealizing fluid, but AI Fu said it cost 1 million divine crystals, and he couldn't give them any discount. Fei Lan made it her precious treasure. She picked it up and never wanted to let it go. She had sensed the substance and realized how it could help her. She nodded at Shi Yan, implying that she wanted it. With their 2 million divine crystals, Shi Yan bought the mother and child sky linking formation for 200,000 divine crystals. Yao took a set of armor that cost 100,000 crystals. Carthu got a sword priced 150,000 divine crystals. Leona and Ka Tua bought bottles of pellets that cost 500,000 divine crystals. Fei Lan took the etherealizing fluid for a price of 1 million divine crystals. Thus, they had almost used up their 2 million divine crystals. They had only 50,000 left. You still have 50,000 divine crystals that you can use. AI Fu felt satisfied now. Just look around and find more items. It would free me from trouble then. Okay. Do you know how to take the 1,000-fold lotus? Any special container or idea about how to forge the container and materials? Shi Yan pondered for a while. He had a thought, so he asked. AI Fu was dumbstruck. The 2/3 sky of ethereal god realm stood by him, had their eyes brighten and their backs straighten up. Do you have the 1,000-fold lotus? The 1,000-fold lotus? AI Fu took a deep breath, his voice trembling. If you have it, everything will be easier. My grandfather needs it a lot. The 2 peak of ethereal god realm eyed Shi Yan. Their bright eyes looked like diamonds that could hurt people's eyes looking at them. Chapter 927 Blue Ice Jar. Chapter 927 Blue Ice Jar _ 1,000-fold lotus was the original incipient grade material, which gave a tonic to the growth of the soul altar. It could enlarge the sea of consciousness and condense the soul consciousness. It was the most marvelous material for the soul altar. Even the incipient god realm warriors had to be greedy for the 1,000-fold lotus. They could use the 1,000-fold lotus to strengthen their soul altars and their spirits or their souls. AI Fu's grandfather was an expert at incipient god realm. I'm sorry for my manners. Haha, the 1,000-fold lotus is very rare. I've been waiting in Broken Star City for many years, but I never saw any 1,000-fold lotus. How is it that you have that? Haha. AI Fu smiled, but I'm curious. If you are asking for the materials to harvest the 1,000-fold lotus, it means that you know where it is. The two-peak of incipient God realm experts standing by him also looked at Shiryen with hope, their faces serious. I got some news, but I'm not certain yet, Shiryen smiled. Anyway, it's good to be prepared, right? If I can find the 1,000-fold lotus, I won't miss the treasure if I have the special container. Do you have that kind of container? AI Fu's eyes were very bright. Yes. He extended his hand, touching the void. A bunch of light fell on a stone platform from a distance. That platform then cracked. Around 10 blue ice potteries flew out. Those potteries looked like jars with blue ice patterns covered the surface. Each of them had natural patterns of ice wrapping around. Deep blue light rippled from the potteries like great water waves. More than 10 blue ice potteries flew out and floated in front of AI Fu. They looked like the most exquisite pieces of art with immense ripples of blue light waves, catching everybody's eyes. This blue ice jar is made of rare blue ice and more than 10 auxiliary materials. It's the customized container for 1,000-fold lotus. AI Fu chuckled. It's easy to use the jar, though. Before you pick the flower, you must let the blue light on the blue ice jar fly out and entangle the petals of the 1,000-fold lotus. After all of the petals are tied, you can pick it up and put it in the jar. This looks a little small. Shiryen was surprised, frowning. This blue ice jar is as big as a water bottle, but I heard that the 1,000-fold lotus isn't that small. Could that jar store the flower? AI Fu burst out laughing. The space inside the blue ice jar is shrunken. It's the feature of the blue ice. It can actually store up to 5 flowers at the same time. If you want, you can use your soul consciousness to sense it. A blue ice jar appeared, falling into Shiryen's hands. It felt icy and heavy. The surface of this pottery was strangely smooth. Shiryen sent a beam of his soul consciousness into the jar. His eyes sparkled, smiling. Not bad. The blue ice jar didn't look big indeed. However, there was a whole world inside. Shiryen could feel the immense blue water inside the jar, filling up a much bigger space than what he saw. AI Fu was telling the truth. The volume of each blue ice jar could store 5 or 6,000-fold lotuses. A blue ice jar is priced at 20,000 top-quality divine crystals. You could take only 2 jars with your amount of divine crystals. However, I'm in a good mood today, so you can take 5. AI Fu rubbed his chin, contemplating for a while. Light flashed on his finger, and 4 more blue ice jars spun, flying toward Shiryen. Pausing for a while, AI Fu said earnestly, Bro, if you can find the 1,000-fold lotus and get it, please sell it to me. We can always negotiate the price. I'm sure that I won't fail you. Shiryen smiled, taking the blue ice jars. He turned around to look at the bright, colorful materials on the stone platform near there, and he spoke. Okay. If my luck comes and I can get the 1,000-fold lotus, I will definitely sell it to you. Awesome. AI Fu laughed. Then, to close this deal, he solemnly handed Shiryen a fantasy sky ring. This ring stores 3 million divine crystals. You can take the pellets or materials you've chosen. Our business is over here. All right. Shiryen took the fantasy sky ring and signaled Fei Lon, Leona, and the others to put away their items. Then they walked to the mother and child sky linking formation. AI Fu and the 2 old men looked at him with astonishment. The mother and child sky linking formation was a space-class formation carved on the empty fantasy crystal as the foundation. The fantasy crystal was marvelous, and it couldn't be stored in the fantasy sky ring. Thus, seeing Shiryen halt there, they were curious and surprised. Bro, where do you live? I'll have my men deliver the mother and child sky linking formation to you. Will that be okay? AI Fu thought and then offered kindly. No need, I can bring it with me. Shiryen smiled, caressing the fantasy sky ring he had refined one more time. Countless fine space cracks appeared from the ring. They shot out from the ring's surface and then congregated, creating a bunch of intense light that shrouded the mother and child sky linking formation. In the next moment, the intense light disappeared together with the formation. The ring flashed, and the strange space energy fluctuation around it gradually ceased. "You're cunning!" AI Fu couldn't help but yell. "If you don't know Space Upanishad, how can you take the mother and child sky linking formation with empty fantasy crystal as the foundation? I lost a lot of money this time. A great loss." The two-thirds sky of ethereal god realm warriors standing next to him were also shocked, looking at Shi Yan. Shi Yan chuckled. "Our transaction is done. You shouldn't regret it. Okay, we gotta go now. See you later when we have a chance." AI Fu wore a bitter visage, but he couldn't do anything. "This way, please." He took Shi Yan's team through the brilliant passage to return to the Great Hall. Then he asked his guards to send Shi Yan's group off to the main gate. Then AI Fu got back to the Mineral Star, his face complex. "Young master, this man bought blue ice jar to get the 1,000-fold lotus. The blue ice jar is used to store the 1,000-fold lotus only," hissed an old man. "Young master, our master has advised us to try to buy the 1,000-fold lotus. We've produced those jars for so many years, but we haven't had a chance to use them yet. Do you think that kid is going to take the flower?" asked the other. "My grandfather has had the bottleneck. He needs the 1,000-fold lotus to break through. I know you're rushed." AI Fu knitted his brows tightly. "I've kept an eye on the 1,000-fold lotus for years, but that thing is strange indeed. No one knows where it grows or how to grow it. I've checked all the areas that they said they found the 1,000-fold lotus, but I found nothing. Where does that man come from? It's strange. How could he get the news of the 1,000-fold lotus? I wonder if he lied to us." Pausing for a while, AI Fu touched something in the void. A light ring expanded from his finger. The dark sky slowly revealed. A shadow like a ghost flew out. "Young master, what do you want me to do?" "Do you know that group of people? Lately, have they operated in any area in the far west region? There's no record of them. The first time we found them was when they went with Na Xian of the giant tribe. After they had entered Broken Star City, they diverged. Oh yeah, Mi Gu and Mi Lu brothers have captured 7 giants. They asked the giants to pay a ransom of 700,000 divine crystals. Na Xian came here from Old Orchid Star. I guess it was because of this. The giant tribe? Old Orchid Star? AI Fu's eyes sparkled with a faint light. After a while, he was shaken. "Oh, right. According to the rumors, the Old Orchid Star also has 1,000-fold lotus." The 2 old experts cheered up, talking happily. "Seems that the kid has found something." AI Fu smiled quietly and nodded. "Yeah, perhaps that kid found the 1,000-fold lotus. Good, good. Seems like my grandfather's bottleneck will be broken soon." The Old Orchid Star is the giant tribe's territory. This clan is weak, actually. Young master, do you want us to? Oh. No, no, no. AI Fu shook his head. "I'm a businessman. I'm not a thug. I won't do that. Our auction house and shop have thrived after so many years because people trust us. It's because of our credit. Credit. Do you understand? It's because of the credit that I've spent hundreds of years gaining. We must not tarnish our reputation." AI Fu rubbed his chin, smiling until his eyes narrowed. "If he gets the 1,000-fold lotus and shows a good sense by selling it to me, everything will be smooth. Everyone will be happy. Oh. What if he doesn't sell it to you? Or what if he asks for a lot?" asked an old man begrudgingly. "Do you need me to teach you how to act in that situation? It's true that we can't do something, but won't you find someone to do it for you?" AI Fu frowned, sneering. The old man nodded slowly. "Of course. Friendly disposition leads to wealth. It's the most important thing. We don't need to kill anybody. AI Fu grinned again. If he can find the 1,000-fold lotus, he can help my grandfather. He would be our benefactor. We should appreciate our benefactors, right? Yeah, right. The old man with the bitter face nodded again. However, he was cursing inwardly. That hypocritical brat likes to act. He's addicted to acting now. AI Fu lifted his head, looking at the shadow in the sky. Have you received any news of the murder case of Tu Feng? Not yet, the shadow replied with respect. Our men didn't find any survivors. We found no trace of Tu Feng's battle, either. Oh, they cleaned up well. AI Fu rubbed his chin. Yeah, just like my style. That should be a competent man. Investigate. Continue your work. Tu Feng's stuff is priced at 1 million divine crystals. We're in short of divine crystals. Work on it. Oh, and keep an eye on those people for me. I want to know their every move in Broken Star City. Yes, sir. The shadow retreated slowly until it disappeared from their vision. AI Fu looked at one of the two old men, chuckling. Send a message to my grandfather. Tell him that we found some clues of the 1,000-fold lotus that he's always yearning for. I got it, young master, the old man replied with respect. Chapter 928. Open the Heart. Chapter 928. Open the Heart. After Shi Yan got out of AI Fu's ancient building, he saw the teenagers still waiting for them there. Seeing them, the boy's eyes brightened and he hastened to come to them. Fei Lan frowned, speaking deliberately. We should talk somewhere else. The boy nodded continually, his eyes filled with joy. After 15 minutes, Shi Yan found a quiet place in the south of the Broken Star Field. Not many people walked through this street, and none of them noticed this group. Fei Lan waved her hand at the boy. Where did you find it? Tell us more details. Fei Lan lowered her voice, asking. 100,000 top-quality divine crystals. The boy took a deep breath. Give me 100,000 divine crystals, and I'll take you there. I'll tell you the details. 100,000 divine crystals? And of top quality? Kid, are you so poor that you've gone crazy? Ka Tua rolled his eyes, smiling coldly. Do you think you can deceive us? Most of the divine crystals circulated in the Raging Flame Star area were of good quality. Top-quality divine crystals were scarce. Ka Tua had been a pirate in the land of God punishing for so many years, but he couldn't save 100,000 top-quality divine crystals. This amount of divine crystals was an incredible fortune to Ka Tua, indeed. This kid asking for 100,000 top-quality divine crystals had enraged Ka Tua. His eyes sparkled with a savage light. The boy paled as he was a little scared. However, he was still persistent. You must give me 100,000 divine crystals. You can't miss even one. And I don't need even one extra piece. I need divine crystals to save my father. Fei Lan looked at Shi Yan. Sure, Yan nodded slowly. Okay, we'll give them to you. Fei Lan frowned, taking a brand new fantasy sky ring in Shi Yan's hand and handing it to the teenager. You can check it. I'm Jiyu. Thank you. The boy smiled honestly and then checked the fantasy sky ring. His smile became brighter. Yeah, it isn't missing a piece. Ji, you will remember your benevolence. Get straight to our business, Fei Lan said impatiently. Jiyu nodded. It's deep inside Broken Star Field. I went there with some other people. They were all dead. Only I survived. I entered deeper and I found no living being's aura, no earth and heaven energy. The dead chi filled that place. I felt a heavy pressure. I felt dizzy after a short moment. I thought I would die. I got out of that deadly place with a dead chi hovering. I thought it should be related to the man in that legend. Said Jiyu. How do we get there? Asked Fei Lan. It's hard to tell. I can guide you guys there. Jiyu paused, then added, if you want to go. Fei Lan looked at Shi Yan again. Okay. When we want to go to Broken Star Field, we will find you, Yen smiled. You can go now. As long as you don't leave the Broken Star Field, I can always find you. You believe me? Aren't you afraid that I'm going to run away? Ji was surprised. You can't escape, Yen said deliberately. All right. I think you have something urgent to do. Ji nodded continually and carefully put away the fantasy sky ring. He immediately departed as he had to rescue his father as fast as possible. We sold that lumber of the life ancient tree for 5 million divine crystal. We used 2 million, and now we gave Ji 100,000 more. How can we talk to Xan? Ka-Tua was a little bit ashamed, laughing. They don't know it yet. How about telling them that we sold that lumber for 2 million? Yen snorted. We won't be greedy for just a little profit. Xan trusts us. We will absolutely not fail them. It's not easy to establish a friendship with the giant tribe. We shouldn't lose it. Our fellow people will live in Old Orchid Star for a long time then. Ka-Tua was busted. He knew he was being unreasonable, so he beamed a smile. I thought it was hard to explain to him, though. Just tell him the truth. It's like we borrowed divine crystals from them. After we get the 1,000-fold lotus, we will pay them back, said Yen. AI Fu seems to have a big interest in the 1,000-fold lotus. Since you bought the blue ice jars to store the 1,000-fold lotus, perhaps he is related to it somehow. Should it be something unexpected? Yao said softly, that man's cunning and sly. We don't have powerful competencies. He will seize things from us by force. Fei Lan, Leona, and Carthu were also worried about this. We had no choice. We didn't know how to harvest the 1,000-fold lotus, so I could only ask him. Yen was reluctant. Before the 1,000-fold lotus appears, I think AI Fu won't take action. He isn't so sure anyway. When we harvest the 1,000-fold lotus, we should be more cautious. We must only take it step by step. The agate star area wasn't similar to the other star area. There were as many warriors as there were clusters of cloud in the sky. There were many ethereal god realm experts. Generally, they were stronger than the warriors in the Raging Flame Star area. If Fei Lan and Leona were in the Raging Flame Star area, they could swagger and do anything they wanted. They didn't need to be afraid of anybody. However, in the agate star area, they had to be cautious with every move to avoid fatal consequences. After Yen discussed with his team, he left to find Xan. The giants were waiting for them in the west of the Broken Star Field. They were very bored. Tribal Oldie, how many divine crystals do you think he could exchange? A muscular giant concealed his voice, using mind communication. This race had a loud voice. Even if they relaxed and talked to each other, everybody else around them could listen to their conversation. Original God Realm experts could use their souls to talk to each other. However, the giant tribe didn't use this way of communication often. If they really needed to conceal things, they would use soul communication. At least 1 million divine crystals, Xan was stern. If we can find the hotshots of the Wood Clan, they would buy it for several million or even 10 million top-quality divine crystals. Of course, it's not practical in the Broken Star Field. This area doesn't have many strong Wood Clan warriors. Although AI Fu's evil, he knows things. I think he won't give a low price. Will they deceive us? Human clansmen are always cunning and sly. They are good at plotting people and planning wild schemes. I think they will not. Little Yan's honest. I believe that he won't do that. Tribal Oldie, how could you know that? I don't know. I just feel that he's close to our tribe. He helped us discover the ancient city underground. He contributed the merit half what we got, but he didn't want to compete against us for profits. I think he's worth our close friendship. Yeah, it's true. He just picked an unknown ancient book. It doesn't look valuable, though. Since they've arrived in the Old Orchid Star, we've been luckier. First, we had a chance to get back to our ancestral, and we found the inheritance. And then we discovered the 1,000-fold lotus and the mysterious ancient city. He's our lucky charm. Tribal oldie, you've got a big harvest in our ancestral land. Have you seen the dawn of your breakthrough yet? Almost. I will break through to second sky of ethereal god realm soon. If we can get enough materials and pellets, I can do it faster. We've found the lost inheritance. It's destiny that our tribe will thrive. The giants' eyes brightened, listening to the oldie. They were all excited. The precursors of the giant clan came to Agate Star area to pursue the god clan. After so many battles, this kind and brave race had volunteered a lot. Many of their precursors were dead in the battlefield, which led to the loss of half of the secret techniques and inheritance of the giant clan. They quenched their god body, using the powerful body to generate the distinctive features of the unique ethereal extent of the giant clan. It was also the foundation of the giant's strength. However, since their ancestors had died, those secret techniques were lost. This time, when they visited Grace mainland, Na Exayan had completed the inheritance in the ancestral land of the giant clan. As long as they had time to rest and recover, they were going to be stronger soon. This was the reason why Na Exayan wanted to endure this humiliation, using 700,000 divine crystals to exchange for their fellow giants. They needed time, and they couldn't afford to lose any member. While Na Exayan's team was talking, Shuryen approached from afar, smiling. Na Exayan's eyes brightened, lowering his voice. How was it? How much do you think? Shuryen smiled, asking. At least 2 million top-quality divine crystals. We can exchange with this value. Perhaps it could be a little bit higher, but not exceeding 3 million. Na Exayan pondered, then whispered. 5 million. Shuryen gave a low shout. The giants couldn't help but brighten their eyes. They almost laughed happily. 5 million divine crystals were a fortune the giants had never seen before. With this money, they could buy many cultivating materials for their fellow giants, which would advance the children and youth of the giant tribe on the martial path. It would boost their tribe's competence to a whole new level. But I can only give you 2,900,000. Shuryen was a little bit embarrassed. AI Fu couldn't collect enough 5 million divine crystals. He needed 2 million more, so he took some items. Yeah, we must borrow this money from your tribe. After we harvest the 1,000-fold lotus, we will repay. I'm glad that you told us the truth. Na Exayan smiled honestly. About that amount, manage it yourself. If we want to calculate trades, my tribe owes you more. This ring stores 2,900,000 divine crystals. You should pay the ransom for your fellows. Shuryen gave him the rings, speaking seriously. I will repay our debt. I bought the blue ice jars from AI Fu. As soon as we return to Old Orchid Star, we can harvest the 1,000-fold lotus immediately. Then it's all good. Na Exayan smiled again. Different from Zi Yao and the others, the giant didn't think about the possibility that AI Fu could figure out something from the blue ice jars they had bought from him and that he may snatch the item from them. The giants were still naive. Na Exayan and his giants took the ring with 2,900,000 divine crystals and went to find the Mi Goat and Mi Lu brothers to exchange with his fellow giants. Shuryen didn't follow him. He and the others walked around Broken Star Field, waiting for Na Exayan's good news. However, they couldn't wait for any good news as they heard Na Exayan's angry roar. His voice thundered Broken Star Field like thunderclaps, as if it could burst off the entire area. His voice came from the north region. Shuryen frowned, contemplating for a while, and then said, We should go there and see what just happened. Okay. Fei Lan's team nodded immediately. They hurried to the north. Chapter 9:29 Outsmart. Chapter 9:29 Outsmart North of Broken Star City. In a street corner, Na Exayan and his giant fellows were enraged. Their energy, surged vehemently. Mi Gu and Mi Lu brothers and 10 King God Realm and Ethereal God Realm warriors were standing and laughing deliberately. Although they were much smaller than the giants, their auras weren't weaker. One of your fellas shouldn't try to find death so easily. He resisted. We just sent him off to heaven. Mi Gu was a member with green-brown skin who was part of the Dark Spirit clan. He was even shorter than humans, with a cruel and cunning visage. He said, "To kill him, we lost 2 men. So you have to compensate for our loss. Oh, right. 1 million top-quality, divine crystals. No discount." Mi Lu was his brother, who was also a second sky of Ethereal God Realm warrior. He stood by the 6 giants who were tied by iron chains. He squinted his small eyes coldly. The 6 members of the giant tribe had wounds all over their bodies. Some wounds already had pus. They looked very pathetic. All were exhausted. The chains that tied them even had barbs lodged deep into their flesh. Those chains were interlinked with Mi Lu, as if he just needed to think to make those tiny hooks pierce through the giants' bodies. Tribal oldie. Avenger Tucker. Tribal oldie. Don't mind us. Avenge him. Tribal oldie. Tribal oldie. The 6 wounded giants begged with blood and tears rolling down their faces while they screamed heartrendingly. Na Xan and the other giants looked at them with red eyes, trying to press down their anger to confront Mi Gu. Many experts from different clans in Broken Star City gathered to watch the commotion from other corners of the city. They all looked relaxed, as if they didn't care about things that weren't related to them. Evidently, they didn't want to interfere. Broken Star Field didn't have any rule that banned fighting. As long as they didn't affect other people, a battle to the death was allowed to happen at any moment. No one would give AF*CK, quite the contrary. It would become an event that would entertain them. Some even made a bet to kill their free time. Na Xan clenched his jaw, glaring at the brothers. He panted, trying to calm down. He couldn't let his anger and grudge confuse him. The old giant hated that he couldn't slaughter them all and crush Mi Gu and Mi Lu into a pulp. What a pity. Na Xan was also at second sky of Ethereal God Realm, the same realm as the other 2. And they were 2. If he risked his life and battled them, he wouldn't gain anything good but drag his other fellow giants into a deadly situation. Thus, although he was enraged, he was actually trying painfully to not lose his mind. Give me 1 million top-quality divine crystals. I will let them go immediately. It's simple. Mi Gu sneered, speaking unconcernedly. Don't blame me for not reminding you. We've shown mercy. If we didn't need slaves lately, we would have killed them all. Pay the ransom, quickly. Don't wait until I change my mind. Na Xan's huge body shook. His trembling fingers fumbled for a ring and started to move the divine crystals inside. Mi Gu and Mi Lu exchanged looks. Their eyes brightened as they were surprised. The giant tribe was always a poor clan. They thought that asking for 1 million divine crystals should be the upper limit that the giants could bear. As Na Xan was moving the divine crystals, it meant that he had more than 1 million in his ring. Mi Gu laughed fiendishly, speaking all of a sudden. Hold on. Na Xan grimaced, clenching his teeth. What else do you want? These 6 giants and our loss cost 1 million divine crystals. However, Mi Gu laughed evilly. Zhengu of your tribe had destroyed our ores in that mine. We must count this too. Okay, let's say 1 million divine crystals more. You have to pay 2 million in total. De F***Q. Me G's too malicious. This is pure blackmailing. Ruthless butcher. The giant tribe's so poor that they don't even have enough food on their plates. How could they have so many divine crystals like that to give him? Mi Gu brothers are always like that. They only bully the weak. To the stronger forces, they act as if they are truly the superior's grandchildren. The giants are too unlucky since they bumped into those thugs. This pair of brothers doesn't have a limit. The onlookers couldn't help but clamor. But since it wasn't related to them, no matter how much they were talking and discussing, none of them stood out to protect and bring justice. Hearing Migu saying so, Naexayan's face convulsed. It felt like he had an erupting volcano in his body that he couldn't hold in any longer. Migu and Lu exchanged looks, sneering continually as if they were waiting for the giants to attack them first. Then they would subdue all the giants and take all of their properties. This pair of brothers was confident that they could subdue Naexayan and the other giants if they joined hands. After all, they could take everything. Naexayan was indignant. His pain had almost overwhelmed his mind. He was on edge. In the next moment, he was going to burst out. What do we do? Karthu frowned. They can't start the battle. Once they do, Naexayan will lose for sure. However, I can tell that Naexayan is pushed to the edge. I think he won't be able to resist any longer. Yeah, the giants aren't very forbearing. Naexayan is trying hard to press it down. Shiryen sighed, his eyes flashing. We must find a way to help them. They have 2-second sky of ethereal god realm. I'm not an equal match against any of them. If we fight, we will lose for sure. Fei Lan said frankly. Well, if we can't find, we have only one solution. Shiryen knitted his brows tightly. Electric light flashed in his head while he tried to think of a solution. The Agate Star area was different from others. There were as many warriors here as there were trees in the forest. The average realm of their group couldn't be considered powerful. They couldn't use force to solve this problem. In this situation, they had to use their brains rather than their muscles. They couldn't act rashly. Shiryen pondered for a while, thoughts crossing his head. Then his eyes brightened up when he hissed. I got it. Fei Lan and Leona looked at him skeptically. After that guy died, I have driven pieces of his blood and flesh together with a battleship and many bodies into the chaotic space basin. I'll try to see if I can pull out his flesh or blood. I'll put something on those brothers. As he was at ethereal god realm, his blood should have his aura. I think his brother will recognize it shortly. Shiryen arranged his thoughts, grinning. You guys go there and find a chance to calm Naexayan down. I'm going to hide until I find a chance to pour the dirty water on those brothers. Treacherous. Katua smiled. Mean. Karthu grinned. Smart. Yao's beautiful eyes sparkled with bright light. Then Fei Lan, Leona, and the others followed his words, walking to Naexayan and the brothers. Shiryan's eyes moved swiftly. He was like a gloomy ghost looking for a quiet corner, closing his eyes and urging space powers. His soul consciousness moved like a shuttle, tearing the sky and entering a secret space slit. Shiryan's soul consciousness moved like electronic beams running through the chaotic space currents continually as if it knew where its target was. A weak beam of energy reflected his sea of consciousness. His soul altar shivered slightly. A pure beam of soul consciousness suddenly found its target. In the brilliantly colorful space basin, a battleship hovered with disposable bodies scattered around. They slowly decayed, becoming the most primitive parts in the universe. As Tu Feng had ethereal god realm, blocks of his flesh were also decomposing, but at a much slower speed. Shiryan's wisp of soul consciousness moved like a hook, flying towards a dab of blood. It then shrouded a drop of sticky blood and returned to his soul from the chaotic space current. Migu and Lu were standing, crossing their arms in front of their chest. They were sneering, waiting for Naexayan to burst out. Then they would have an excuse to capture the giants and seize their properties. This pair of brothers wasn't hurrying. Lu stood between the 6 wounded giants. The massive body of the giants covered him, so people couldn't see him wholly. A tiny space slit flashed and disappeared behind his left shoulder. A drop of blood fell on his left shoulder. Milou suddenly felt something. He frowned, glancing at his left shoulder and then the wounded giant lying next to him. He cursed under his breath, his face disdainful. He thought that the drop of blood on his shoulder came from that giant soldier. Thus he didn't mind it much. From a quiet place far from that area, Shiryen opened his eyes, grinning cunningly. He headed to someplace far ahead of him, discreetly. In a deep place above his head, a shadow that both his eyes and soul consciousness couldn't spot suddenly flashed and then disappeared, drifting toward Shiryan's direction. Are you the blood halberd? Sure. Yen walked to the center of Broken Star Field, speaking to an impatient warrior. Kid, what are you asking that for? The man couldn't keep his manners, shouting. I'm looking for Tu Fei. I got the news of his brother. Sure, Yen said with a stern face. Tu Fei had forced this man too much. He wanted to bang his head on the wall. Listening to Shiryen, his eyes brightened, and he shouted curtly, Follow me! Shortly after, Shiryen was brought to the blood halberd's base in Broken Star Field. Tu Fei looked ferocious, staring at Shiryen and speaking brutally like a caged wild beast. Kid, I've met you before. Yeah, I've just visited Ai Fu. From Ai Fu, I knew that your brother was murdered. Shiryen nodded, talking seriously. On our way to Broken Star Field, we saw a fight where a first sky of ethereal god realm expert was killed. I didn't know him. However, when I saw you recently, I remembered it. I think you look very similar to him. Tu Fei stood up, his murderous aura shooting up to the sky. Who? You know who did that to my brother? I don't dare to say. I'm afraid that he will take revenge. They are so dangerous, Shiryen said weakly. I'll protect you. Who dares to touch you? Spit it. Who? Tu Fei was outraged, his bloodthirsty feeling arising. Right inside Broken Star Field. He's confronting the giants. He's watching the giants. He got second sky of ethereal god realm cultivation base. He should have your brother's blood on his body. When you get there, you can sense. Then you will know whether or not I'm telling the truth. Shiryen smiled inwardly, but his face was solemn. Please don't disclose my identity. I'm afraid. I'm scared of them. Don't worry. If they did that, I'm sure that they wouldn't stay alive to trouble you. Tu Fei didn't mind Shiryen anymore. He flew like a roaring tornado towards the brothers' location. Chapter 930. Well played. Chapter 930. Well played. North of Broken Star City. Na Xian gritted his teeth. His eyes looked like he wanted to spray fire. He was trying to hold himself. However, the flame of rage in his heart was burning harder and harder. Na Xian's spirit had almost collapsed. Fei Lan came. She frowned and then used her soul to send a message to Na Xian. Hold on for a little while. Na Xian's bloodshot eyes raked through the crowd. He found Fei Lan and the others. He had a gleam of confusion, but soon after he calmed down. More and more people came to watch this battle. The experts of different races were waiting for something fun, a battle to be taken place soon. At the moment the atmosphere was the most tense, a tornado roared above the crowd, descending right next to Milou. Tu Fei, the crazy, savage Tu Fei. His brutal line of sight of a venomous snake was focused on Milou. He took a deep breath, using his soul to sense. Shortly after, his eyes became bloodshot, gazing at Milou's left shoulder. He hissed and roared like a mad ghost. Milou, Migo, you dare to kill my brother. I will crush your bones. Then he attacked them directly. The soul altar had a violent surge. Many tornadoes rocketed into the sky instantaneously. They looked like gray smoke columns used to warn people. They attacked Migo and Milou. Each of the tornadoes had sharp icicles in the core. In the middle of the tornadoes, the icicles howled as if they could crush everything into ashes. Seeing two Fae get mad, many onlookers were startled, staying away as fast as possible. Naexayan was bewildered, seeing two Fae become even crazier. He felt very confused. Tu Feng, didn't Fei Lon Leona and I break his god body and then Shurian swallow his soul altar? Why did two Fei come here to attack me, Lu? Naexayan had many questions in his mind. Tu Fei, what are you getting mad at? We brothers are always in Broken Star Field. We didn't go out. How could we kill your brother, Tu Feng? Miga shouted. His arrogant manner disappeared. Your blood halberd, and we have never violated each other. How could we attack your brother? You mother of *cur, you're so wrong. Your mama's wrong. Tu Fei was enraged, using his soul altar to manipulate the tornadoes. There's my brother's blood on your brother's body. I'm his brother. How would I not recognize that? Shouting and screaming crazily, Tu Fei faced the sky and hollered. He jumped directly into a tornado, moving like a mad ghost toward Milu. At the same time, Tu Fei shouted deafeningly, Blood halberd brothers, kill them for me! Two shadows zoomed in from a far distance. Their auras were very intimidating. They responded to Tu Fei's shout. As soon as they arrived, they joined the battle immediately. Me go, you want to F** King die? Do you dare to touch our blood halberd's members? I know you are in short of mine slaves, but I didn't expect that you would plot against blood halberd. If we don't kill you, how can we blood halberd have a foothold in Broken Star Field? Kill them. Brother Tu Feng used to drink with me. You mother * cur. You dare to touch my brother. You must die. There came another 2-second sky of ethereal god realm experts. Let me help you. Naexayan had pressed his anger down for a long time. He suddenly cried grumblingly, releasing his ethereal extent. Light shot out around his body as he aimed at Miga. Today is the day you die. Tu Fei, Naexayan, and two blood halberds warriors who had just arrived were all at second sky of ethereal god realm. This force would absolutely gain the upper hand when dealing with the Mi-Go brothers who were at the same level. Especially Naexayan. No one knew what he had encountered in Grace Mainland. However, at this moment, they saw his realm and power leap. While he was shouting and roaring, brilliant light twirled around him like a cotton ribbon. Then it entangled Mi-Go, cooperating perfectly with Naexayan's ethereal extent. However, only Naexayan was strong enough to subdue Mi-Go. Kill Milu first. Seeing Naexayan holding Mi-Go, Tu Fei said maliciously, Daddy wants to show you the consequence of offending blood halberd. The three experts of blood halberd all released their ethereal extent. It looked like 3 new, different worlds had just been formed above Broken Star City. They were marvelous places with palaces, rivers and mountains, stars in the sky, and shooting meteors. 3 ethereal extents pressed down from the sky. This heavy and ferocious pressure made Milu's body generate explosions. He wasn't free to watch the wounded soldiers of the giant tribe anymore. He cried, suffering from injustice. I didn't do that. We didn't kill Tu Feng. You're wrong. Too bad for him. Tu Fei had only rage in his mind. Also, he thought that he had evidence now, so he didn't listen to Milu's explanation. Tu Fei urged the full power of his Upanishad. Tornadoes rose, pressing towards Milu. Don't ruin Broken Star City. You guys, choose another place for your battle. Get the F*** out of here. If you break my house, you mother * cur, I won't give you peace. Many annoyed voices arose in the crowd. They were from extremely high realm warriors who had a strong background. Hearing their urge, Tu Fei and the 2 experts from Blood Halberd, Naexayan, and Mi-Go brothers became worried. Since they didn't have a chance to explain, Go and Lu didn't want to linger. Hearing the others shouting, they hurried to flee, flying to the meteorite sea outside Broken Star City. Two Fae, two experts from Blood Halberd, and not Xan also flew after them. They seemed to want to eradicate Go and Lu. Many onlookers saw them flying away from Broken Star City. It made them feel more comfortable. Then they also followed them to see the fun, including Fae Land's group. When Shiryen arrived, he didn't see two Fae messing around. He only saw the two giants rescuing their 6 wounded fellows. Are they all right? Shiryen smiled, asking. They're okay. Lu has tied them. We're going to untie them, answered one of the two giants. Let me help you. Shiryen squinted. A flame slowly emerged, moving magically on the chains that held the giants. Wherever the flame passed by, the chain was frozen and then they broke easily. The 6 wounded giants looked at Shiryen with gratitude, asking, Who is he? During the time you weren't in Old Orchid Star, many things have happened. When the tribal oldie comes back, he will explain to you guys, said a giant. All right, I'm going there to check. You guys stay here. Shiryen didn't linger. He nodded and smiled at them before flying away. Dash. AI Fu's ancient building. A ghostly shadow slowly emerged, but people couldn't see his real appearance. Young Master, two Fae and Blood Halberd's warriors are pursuing Go and Lu. What happened? AI Fu's interest was aroused, asking curiously, Is it true that the murder case of Tu Feng is related to Go and Lu? It's impossible. How could Go and Lu dare to provoke Blood Halberd's people? They care about their lives, don't they? They aren't involved in Tu Fei's murder, indeed. The shadow explained in a soft tone. The murderer is the one who has just come here, the kid who uses space power. Why do you say so? AI Fu's eyes brightened. Go and Lu wanted to get on the giants' nerves to take all of their divine crystals. Oh, right. After that kid left this place, he handed the divine crystals to Na Xan. It seems like he had sold the item on behalf of Na Xan. Continue, please. When Na Xan was about to crack, that kid used his space power to drip a drop of blood on Lu. And that drop of blood belonged to Tu Feng. He told Tu Fei that Go and Lu had killed Tu Feng using the drop of blood as evidence. Right after that, Tu Fei flew out. He sensed and certified that the blood belonged to his brother. The battle occurred right after that. AI Fu listened to him. After the shadow finished, his eyes became brighter. After a while, he couldn't hold his compliments. Well played. He shifted *T on Go and Lu to solve the giant tribe's difficulty. It also saved them from Tu Fei's pursuit. They even had the chance to take the reward of 1 million from Tu Fei. Holy *T. This kid really played it well. He got all he wanted, and he didn't even need to labor for that. Excellent. Genius. Young Master, do you want to expose him? Asked the shadow. No need. No need. AI Fu waved his hand continually. It's an excellent drama. Hey, I should go there to watch. It has been so long since I've last seen someone at such a level of cunning and deceptive. No, we shouldn't expose him. Absolutely not. If Tu Fei and Go kill him, who will find the 1,000-fold lotus for me? Interesting. This kid is interesting. Yeah, you should continue to keep an eye on him for me. I'm going there to see how this funny drama will end. Haha, I feel good. Touché. The wild land in the north of Broken Star City. 6 figures rose the storm in the place, crushing all things including light. The earth cracked wherever they passed by. Earth-shaking explosions reverberated in the void. Na Xan of the giant looked like the crystal god of war. Brilliant light twirled around him. Beams of crystal light shot out from his god body attacking in all directions. His ethereal extent continually released the aura, which boosted up his power. Tornadoes howled, screaming like giant gray dragons that roamed in the air to find some delicious snacks. They didn't see Mi Ge and Mi Lu, as these two people were kept inside the gray tornadoes. They were shouting indignantly, cursing at Tu Fei. They felt so aggrieved that they wanted to die. Many warriors of Broken Star City followed them, but stayed afar, watching this fierce fight. Sometimes they gave comments and discussed boisterously. Doomed. Mi Ge and his brother are doomed. I wonder if they were totally killed. Oh, I think their soul altars could escape, right? Who knows? Anyway, Na Xian of the giant tribe seems to be much stronger today. Mi Ge can't be his opponent. Haha, he has underestimated the giants. Nonsense. The giant tribe used to be mighty. Do you know that? It's because they are frank and nice. They were always the vanguard. That was why many of them died. At the same time, they didn't have the fair shares afterward. That was how they were weakened. Yeah, the giant tribe used to be powerful. What a pity that their ancestors are all gone and their supernatural powers have been lost. From Na Xian's performance, I think he had some good encounter. Interesting. While they were clamoring, Shi Yan appeared silently by Fei Lan's group, smiling. If one of them dies, we will receive good things. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo's eyes brightened. Chapter 931. Occupy all advantages. Chapter 931. Occupy all advantages. Ah, you guys, we meet again. AI Fu was like a ghost, standing quietly by Shi Yan and the others. He lifted his head to look at the wild area in north of the Broken Star City, asking as if he was their friend, "How's it going? Are Mi Ge and his brother hurt yet?" He stood alone as he didn't bring any guards. However, as soon as he arrived, the other warriors proactively gave him room, which also gave Shi Yan's little space. The battle between Na Xian, Tu Fei, Mi Ge, and Mi Lu was furious with surging momentum. That area looked like it had to bear a terrifying earthquake. Energies impacted upon each other, creating tremendous shock waves. People at low realms didn't dare come near. Mi Ge and Mi Lu were always in the lower hand situation. Na Xian and Blood Halberd besieged, attacking them continually. They became helter-skelter. However, Mi Ge and Mi Lu didn't hasten to leave as they were trying to explain. They screamed and shouted to convince Tu Fei that they weren't related to Tu Feng's death. They both knew that if they couldn't explain this time but fled away, it would be no different from escaping because they would be guilty. Blood Halberd would become even more confident that they were the real murderers. Blood Halberd in Broken Star Field was much stronger than the two brothers. If they brought a grudge against Blood Halberd, even if they could escape, Blood Halberd would chase after them unceasingly. Too bad for them. Tu Fei thought that he had found evidence, and he had rage flood his mind. His attacks weren't reduced, and instead became more formidable. Amongst this group of 6, Na Xian was the only one who knew the truth. If the others knew what had happened back there, Mi Ge, Mi Lu, Tu Fei, and Blood Halberd would never spare his life and his tribe. Therefore, Na Xian also tried his best to not give Mi Ge time to speak. His ethereal extent had many layers like a fantasy world, pressing down from the sky and shrouding Mi Ge entirely. Light swirled around Na Xian's body, sending sharp air currents to attack Mi Ge. This kind of sharp light could even pierce through Mi Ge's ethereal extent. Mi Ge was trying to strengthen his ethereal extent and keep it complete. He had to concentrate, not having time to talk. Mi Lu's situation was even worse. Tu Fei and two Blood Halberd's experts were attacking him. He could still scream at first. Afterward, he couldn't even roar to vent out his anger as he had to move continually in his ethereal extent to dodge Tu Fei's world of tornadoes. Mi Ge brothers are destined to be defeated. However, perhaps they won't be killed. It depends on Tu Fei and Blood Halberd. Let's see if they're willing to pay or not. Sher Yen explained in a low voice. Mi Lu was about to collapse. If he wanted to escape at any cost, he could still have a chance. Of course, if Tu Fei was afraid that Mi Lu would risk his life and lose their chance to stop him, it was possible that Mi Lu would survive. Ai Fu smiled until his eyes narrowed, looking at Sher Yen. He nodded inwardly. Bro, you have sharp eyes then. Haha. Seems like everything is going accordingly to your plan. Excellent. Ai Fu complimented sincerely. Shifting blame on Mi Go and Mi Lu made Blood Halberd attack them, which could decrease the danger for the giants and stop Tu Fei from pursuing the murder case of Tu Feng. He had done only one deed to get all the advantages. Ai Fu asked himself, and he knew that he couldn't make a flawless plan like that. He thought that Sher Yen was indeed extraordinarily cunning and deceptive. He wanted to befriend this man. Don't let him escape. Tu Fei suddenly shouted, his face ferocious. Hold him down. The two savage experts of the blood, Halberd nodded, and they relentlessly attacked again. Mi Lu was injured already. Seeing that he had no chance to explain, he decided to retreat. They had to dodge this culpa first, though. Afterward, they could find opportunities to clarify this misunderstanding. A warrior at Second Sky, ethereal god realm, could make their ethereal extent and the real world coordinate magically to travel hundreds of thousands of miles in the void. Unless the same realm warrior had locked his ethereal soul by the ethereal extent beforehand and used the same passage to pursue, it would be hard to find him, let alone to kill him. As Mi Lu could see that the situation was getting worse, the light waves started to ripple from his brilliant, ethereal extent, trying to form a magical, subtle connection with the real world. As Tu Fei and Blood Halberd's experts realized his intention from this little move, they became more malignant, releasing their soul altars. The three-soul altar appeared like 3 magnificent towers above the mountain range of Broken Star Field. The ethereal extent realm in the 4-tiered soul altar sent out a complicated energy fluctuation as if it was the most mysterious and magical power of the entire world. That kind of energy seeped toward the space next to Mi Lu, twisting that space with their thoughts, which blocked Mi Lu's attempt to connect spaces. Mi Lu was like a savage beast backed into the corner. His face darkened ferociously, shouting, "Do you really want to kill us? If I can't kill you today, how can I talk to my brother?" Tu Fei faced the sky, laughing mournfully and crazily. "I have only one little brother. We'd grown up together. I'd seen him thrive every day. You killed him. I will make your soul perish completely." Tu Fei's soul altar in the middle of the ethereal extent started to surge and make more tornadoes crying and howling, covering the entire place. The magical energy fluctuation that Mi Lu was trying to urge became stagnant under the mighty tornadoes. At the same time, the two Blood Halberd's experts grinned fiendishly, releasing their subtle powers. Countless wild thunderbolt dragons stormed out. Countless icicles showered, covering Mi Lu and stopping him from connecting his ethereal extent to the real world. "I'll risk my life to beat you." Mi Lu was pushed into the corner. He knew he couldn't use the ethereal extent to run away. His face became savage as his soul altar started to enlarge like a blown-up balloon. A flow of extremely formidable energy rocketed unceasingly. It became fiercer shortly. "Brother, no." Mi Ge shouted. His eyes reddened as the energy surged around him more tremendously. "Dage, you should leave. I will stop them." Mi Lu shouted crazily. Both his soul altar and his god body were ballooning. His destructive energy flooded out rapidly. Holy **T. Suicide bombing. Flee. Many onlookers were scared as they watched the scene. They turned into electric beams, fleeing from this sight. One of them was at first sky of ethereal god realm. Move! Hurry! Do not watch it anymore. Ai Fu shouted. His body flashed and then disappeared. Shi Yan became tense, shouting, "Go!" He extended his hand, making a cut. A narrow space, slit, appeared. He got in immediately, shouting at Fei Lan and the others, "Move!" Fei Lan, Leona, Carthu, Ziyao, and Ka Tua hastened to jump into the space slit, which then sparkled and disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared in south of Broken Star City. A series of earth-shaking explosions arose from the wild area in north of Broken Star Field. The noise didn't fade out for a long time. An aggrieved will hovered for a while before slowly dispersing. Shi Yan's face was dark and solemn. He sensed for seconds and then grinned. He swayed through the space, slid again. It wasn't a hard task for him at his realm to move between the short distances in this area of Broken Star Field. He could cross tens of thousands of miles in just a blink. He could even bring people with him. When he reappeared on the wildland in north of the Broken Star Field, he didn't see Mi Ge. However, Mi Lu was everywhere. Pieces of the god body, bones, tendons, vessels, were hovering under the effect of an unknown power. They appeared in every corner of the wild land. His soul had turned into countless wisps, but they couldn't gather again, slowly disposing into earth and heaven. Shi Yan halted between those pieces of blood and flesh, hovering quietly as if he was watching something. Actually, he was trying to absorb the energy. Mi Lu's soul altar was also broken. His soul energy scattered around like threads of a spider web. However, Shi Yan didn't dare to use the black hole in his soul altar to swallow it, which could catch people's attention. He had just silently taken in the energy from Mi Lu's god body with his acupuncture points. Since Mi Lu was at second sky of ethereal god realm, only the energy in his body was too abundant. It shook Shi Yan's acupuncture points, making each of his cells cheerful. Pieces of Mi Lu's cracked bones and meat floated in the void. Before the energy dispersed, they still hovered for a while. After Shi Yan had taken in their energy, they would fall immediately. He stood quietly in between Mi Lu's pieces of blood and flesh. He didn't talk, but was looking for something. From a distance, Naexayen appeared with magnificent light around his body. He had a trickle of blood on the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were still bright. On the other side, Tu Fei and the 2-second sky of ethereal god realm of the blood halberd were pale. They looked exhausted. The three of them sat down cross-legged to adjust their aura and stabilize their energy. Tu Fei frowned, looking at Shi Yan. He snorted and then thundered. "Kid, you're hurried enough. Aren't you afraid that I won't pay you?" While talking, Tu Fei slipped off a ring on his finger, flickering it toward Shi Yan. Shi Yan was so happy receiving the ring. He used his soul consciousness to sense, then laughed. "Thank you, Sir Tu Fei. You do respect your credit. Such a real man." Tu Fei thought that he came to ask for payment. He didn't know that Shi Yan came here to try to take the energy from Mi Lu's body before it was lost when his energy dispersed into earth and heaven. Giant Naexayen was shocked. He gazed at Shi Yan, his eyes darkening. The secret that had disturbed him was exposed now. He finally knew why Tu Fei took his blood halberds experts to kill Mi Ge and Mi Lu. Because of him. Naexayen felt a chill in his heart. Shi Yan hadn't spent a bit of effort, but he was able to get the Mi brothers killed while he took everything. This gave Naexayen, the giant with a kind heart, goosebumps. Too cunning, too wicked. Shi Yan glanced at Naexayen, smiling. He then bent his body towards Tu Fei and left to a blind place, tearing the sky and returning to where Leona and Fei Lan was. "Find a quiet place immediately. You guys have good fortune then," hissed Shi Yan. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua were surprised, smiling simultaneously. Chapter 932. Blood Replacement. Chapter 932. Blood Replacement _ Shi Yan used 10,000 divine crystals to hire a training court. This court had 10 cultivating rooms and a secret room hidden deep underground. It also had a preset barrier which could block all sensing activity. This place was indeed suitable for them. In the secret chamber, Shi Yan, Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua sat down cross-legged. Shi Yan sat on the opposite sides to the other three. Pure energy was released from each of Shi Yan's acupuncture points. They divided into 3 flows that poured to the blood mark on the forehead of Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua respectively. This time, Shi Yan was capable of precisely controlling the amount of energy released. At second sky of ethereal god realm, Milu was 1 level higher than Tu Feng. The intensity of essence qi when his god body exploded was several times thicker than Tu Feng's. Without Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua taking the excess, Shi Yan couldn't digest all of it alone. Perhaps he would explode to death. Through the blood mark, Fei Lan and the other 2 helped him share the excess of energy, especially Fei Lan. She had reached first sky of ethereal god realm, so she could absorb a lot of energy. Shi Yan sat neatly, letting his exquisite soul consciousness guide the surging energy in his vessels that flooded the essence qi ancient tree to refine his god body. After many times of quenching, Shi Yan's god body had reached an incredible toughness. This time, when carrying out the quenching, he stressed the power of the immortal rebirth secret to condense the immortal demon blood. As the energy rolled in his vessels, magical changes started to occur. Above the hidden chamber, Carthu and Zi Yao were waiting in a 1,000 square meter stone room. Zi Yao's charming face looked obviously dejected. Carthu knew she wasn't comfortable. He advised her reluctantly, "You shouldn't mind it much. That kid must have some secrets, which are related to Leona, Fei Lan, and Ka Tua. That's why he doesn't want us to watch them." "I understand." Ziyao's beautiful eyes sparkled a gleam of sorrow. "I found that I couldn't enter his heart. Moreover, after we left Raging Flamestar area, I felt helpless, so helpless." After they had left Raging Flamestar area, Shi Yan, with his power and knowledge, had naturally become their leader. Even Fei Lan and Leona had followed his orders, which was unimaginable in Carthu and Zi Yao's points of view. However, since they had arrived in Old Orchid Star, Shi Yan had proven his competence many times. He met the requirements of a leader who could give them many benefits. Jester, who used to have a different opinion, was now subdued, following him honestly. From some aspect, he did have charisma. However, this had weakened Ziyao and Carthu's confidence, especially Ziyao. When they were in Raging Flamestar area, she was the noble princess of the Dark Firmament divine nation with an honorable position. Her realm wasn't bad. She was also a smart princess, the top warrior amongst the top warriors. However, in this Agate Star area, she was just a small, ordinary, original God Realm warrior who didn't have a compelling background. Her cultivation progress was also paused. The longer she stayed with Shi Yan, the greater the pressure she had to bear. Gradually, she found that she couldn't catch up with Shi Yan. Apparently, he has some purpose. He has many secrets. As you can't get into his heart, you can't know his secrets. Also, you can't actually merge with him. Carthu sighed. This kid is a miracle. I've known this when we were still in Raging Flamestar area. However, I had underestimated him. I think that if you do have feelings for him, you shouldn't be shy and should be more active. With your intelligence and glamour, I think he won't be able to resist. Especially since that little girl Feng Rao isn't here. Oh. Should we seize the chance like that? Zi Yao muttered, blushing beautifully. She was shy, so she couldn't hold it. Haha, if Feng Rao wasn't lucky enough to go with him that year, things wouldn't be like this today. At that time, you weren't with Shiryen. Karthu chuckled. At that moment, I didn't think that he was the one I wanted with all my heart. It's not because Feng Rao had taken that chance. It was her destiny. Zi Yao forced a smile. Moreover, he treats Feng Rao well. If I interfere with them now, wouldn't I be a little despicable? I don't know what your highness think, but I think that if you love someone, you won't think about anything else but winning his heart. Frankly speaking, talking about love, it matters to only two people, you and your loved one. Karthu guided the girl. Zi Yao was astounded for a while. Then she thinned her lips. I will try. Karthu smiled happily. In the secret room. No more light of pure energy emitted from Shiryan's body at this moment. Fei Lan, Katua, and Leona were sitting neatly, carefully digesting the energy and merging it with their own energy in their body. Katua suddenly shuddered. His soul altar started to spin continuously, releasing a flow of chaotic energy. That twisted energy covered him tightly, creating a chunk of some substance, which was floating and transforming according to the change of his chaotic energy. He got the complete inheritance from Shiryen. As he had ascetically cultivated for many years, his realm wasn't low. However, due to his incomplete inheritance, he couldn't break through fast. After the complete inheritance had been integrated into his soul, he had soon increased his realm on a larger scale. In God-perishing land, Katuo received the subtle chaotic energy left by Galu, which boosted his realm evidently. Receiving soul energy from Shiryen twice, he became the first expert having a breakthrough in this group. He was breaking to second sky original God realm from first sky of original God realm. As seen from his momentum, it would come shortly. Staying in the center of the twisted, chaotic energy, Katuo's face was deformed, which looked pretty funny. His body continued to distort. He suddenly recalled something. A ring on his finger flashed. Some round pellets emerged from the ring. He swallowed them all. The fragrance of the pellets seeped into his internal organs. The medicinal efficacy dissolved and circulated in his body, sea of consciousness and soul altar. They were the pellets he found in AI Fu's treasury, which were at level 6 divine grade, pretty suitable for his breakthrough. Not long after he had swallowed the pellets, Ka-Tuo's spirit, chi, and soul became abnormal. His soul altar spun, diffusing a faint aroma. His original soul gradually calmed down, becoming clear and empty. Suddenly, chaos power Upanishad in his head became easier to perceive. He was increasing his realm step by step. After Fei Lan and Leona had refined the energy, they felt something. They couldn't help but look at Ka-Tua with astonishment in their eyes. Excellent innate endowment. Fei Lan and Leona exhaled and then shifted to look at Shiryen, who still had his eyes closed, his aura ancient and long with a faint smell of blood. They didn't know that Shiryen was using the immortal rebirth secret to refine the pure energy and his body to create the immortal demon blood. Scarlet drops of immortal demon blood that looked like ruby rolled into his vessels in circulation. He was carrying out the blood replacement. The number of immortal blood demon drops he had generated this time was significant. Together with the previous accumulation, Shiryen thought he could attempt to replace the blood in his body. He immediately carried out his plan. Drops of scarlet immortal demon blood slowly moved inside his vessels. They looked like blood pearls on a pearl chain, drop by drop. His original blood evaporated into blood chi, diffusing through his skin and giving people the distinctive smell of blood. While replacing his blood, his body became scarily garnet. At this moment, he looked like a bloody man. After Fei Lan and Leona had finished refining the abundant energy that Shiryen just gave them, they frowned as they were a little bit anxious. They didn't know whether Shiryen's current situation was good or bad. They didn't even know that Shiryen could replace his blood or what was good about replacing blood, which made them worried. Today, even if Shi Yan wanted to get rid of them, they wouldn't leave him. With the previous and the current experiences, they knew what kind of benefits they could receive if they stayed with Shi Yan. Also, the encounters they had would make people jealous. To a warrior, his realm was the foundation of everything, while a mighty competence was all he could have. Sure, Yin could give them all of these. Will he be all right? Leona frowned. Should we help him? Help him? Fei Lan forced a smile. Do you know how to help him? If I knew, I wouldn't just sit here and watch. Anyway, I think you don't even know what's happening to him, right? Leona nodded. If we don't know the causes, we shouldn't act rashly. I think he isn't similar to ordinary humans. If he receives a mighty inheritance, he should have something unique. I think we can only watch him then, said Fei Lan. Leona hesitated for a while, and then said reluctantly, we could only wait in vain then. It'd be better than acting rashly, said Fei Lan indifferently. Thus, they just looked at Shi Yan, waiting in silence. Under their gaze, it looked like Shi Yan's entire body was congested. Suddenly, a blood halo expanded from him, which looked more like a real, magnificent crystal. His god body was covered by the bloodlight, which then created a giant blood cocoon. From the transparent state, it became opaque. It looked like some strange creature was undergoing its last transformation. Breaking this chrysalis, it would become a butterfly. Fei Lan and Leona gawked. They could see a gleam of fear in each other's eyes. Shi Yan's transformation at this moment wasn't similar to any normal creature. It looked eccentric, yet beautiful, and it made them confused. Is he a human after all? Leona contemplated for a while, and then muttered. Fei Lan had a bitter gleam on her face. I was certain that he was. But now, I don't know, but I believe he knows what he's doing. Otherwise, he would have moved to resist and not stand idly like this. Listening to her, Leona could feel that. She nodded. Yeah, he isn't resisting. I can tell that he's happily accepting everything. It means that he knows what he's doing. So, what's he doing after all? Only God knows, Fei Lan shook her head. Chapter 933. Blood is boiling. Perfect form? Chapter 933. Blood is boiling. Perfect form, _ Shi Yan's god body was hiding inside the blood chrysalis, so Fei Lan and Leona couldn't see him. However, beams of blood light moved on the blood chrysalis like a bunch of snakes with intellect. An immense blood qi gushed out terrifyingly from the blood chrysalis. Fei Lan and Leona were frightened. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat was powerful like a rumbling thunder. It felt like a massive hammer continuously pounding Shi Yan. However, Fei Lan and Leona clearly understood that the noise was Shi Yan's heartbeat. Gradually, more clear and exquisite cracking noises came from the blood chrysalis like the breaking or exploding of bones, which rose the hair on their napes. At Fei Lan's and Leona's realms, they could see inside the blood cocoon. However, they couldn't know what was happening inside even when they used their soul consciousness. They only knew that Shi Yan was transforming. They still didn't know whether his transformation was good or bad. They didn't dare to tear the blood chrysalis. They could only watch until the moment he broke this chrysalis. Time flew hurriedly. 3 days had passed as quickly as a blink of an eye. After 3 days, Shi Yan was still inside the blood cocoon, while blood qi surged more vehemently. More blood light wound around the blood cocoon. Blood electric spears shot out like lightning strikes. Leona and Fei Lan wore a darker face. Tua wasn't far from them. He had reached the critical moment. His soul altar started to slow down as if he had to consume a lot of energy for each round. His soul altar becoming sluggish meant that it was undergoing a transformation. Each round it spun, now, was one time of quenching. Fei Lan and Leona had been through the step. They knew when the madly spinning soul altar slowed down and how heavy it was to make it revolve one time. The warrior needed a tenacious mind and spirit to capture the power Upanishad to break through. When Ka-Tuo's knowledge of chaos power Upanishad had something new, he had to stimulate the energy in his body with more effort to move the soul altar to go through one round. Ka-Tuo's god body and soul altar slowly revolved. Brilliant light emitted from his body, making him a significant source of light. He didn't use divine crystals. Earth and heaven energy in this area was also diluted, which couldn't support him much. But he had the energy Shi Yan had given him. That amount of dense energy was enough to supplement the amount he had consumed to finish his breakthrough. Thus, Ka-Tuo didn't need to worry about energy. He just needed to understand his chaos Upanishad. Gradually, Ka-Tuo found it harder to move his soul altar. It felt very heavy. However, the chaotic energy surging around him and the coverage of his god domain was still expanding. Each inch he covered meant progress towards his breakthrough. Eventually, when Ka-Tuo's understanding of chaotic energy had reached another level, using the secret inheritance Galu gave him, his soul altar forcefully spun one round. Boom! An explosion echoed from both Ka-Tuo's soul altar and god body. However, it was like the whisper of an angel to him as it carried the magical essence of the world. The light around his body retreated. His aura stabilized. The god domain created from the chaotic power was also retrieved. Ka-Tuo sat still. However, he gave people a strange feeling as he seemed to combine into one with earth and heaven, matching perfectly and becoming part of Broken Star City and Broken Star Field. He had successfully broken through to second sky of original God realm. At this moment, he just needed to steady his energy, calm down his soul altar, and wait for the moment to wake up. His innate endowment isn't ordinary. No wonder why he received the inheritance. I've been observing him throughout past few years. He does have qualifications to receive the inheritance. Fei Lan said softly, "It seems that the Chaos Upanishad inheritance isn't open to anyone. Perhaps before him, many had received it and perished because they couldn't bear the inheritance." I think so. Ka-Tuo is also a madman. He didn't always follow the rules in Heaven Punishment City. If you didn't protect him discreetly, he would have died already, smiled Leona. We still have someone extraordinary here. Fei Lan looked at Shi Yan. This man is much more formidable than Ka-Tuo. The inheritance he received is also the wickedest one. Anyway, his transformation is slower than Ka-Tuo's. I wonder what's going on in there. Leona beamed a forced smile as she didn't know what to say. Under their gazes, the blood lights slowly retreated into the blood chrysalis as if they were going to wind around Shi Yan's god body. Slowly, the beam of blood light from the blood cocoon disappeared. It looked a bit shriveled, as if it had lost all of the blood. Another 7 days had passed. The blood chrysalis quieted down. There was no beam of aura diffused to the atmosphere. They didn't even hear Shi Yan's heartbeat anymore. It seemed like he was dead. However, Fei Lan and Leona knew that Shi Yan hadn't died yet because they could still feel his soul aura and the life magnetic field from that blood chrysalis. Ka-Tuo woke up, laughing excitedly. I have broken through. I've reached the second sky of original God realm. Shut up. Fei Lan and Leona hissed in unison. Ka-Tuo retracted his neck, shutting his mouth. Now he saw the blood chrysalis, asking in astonishment, "What happened?" He tried to press his voice. "He's in there." Leona pointed at the blood chrysalis. When you were breaking through, he was carrying out some kind of mysterious transformation. I think he's about to finish. Transformation? What transformation? What's going on? Ka-Tuo was frightened. Will he be all right? Well, we would believe you if you said that something would happen to you. But him, I don't think so. Leona pouted, talking coldly. I think he's breaking through because he had a big harvest this time. However, I don't think he's carrying out a breakthrough of his realm. It seems like something more magical. We don't know what's happening to him. We could only wait and see." Listening to her, Katua jolted up, frowning at the blood chrysalis, speaking emotionally. "I think my senior's breakthrough will be more marvelous than mine. He would have something magical that we can hardly imagine." "Of course," Phelan said resolutely. "He received the most powerful inheritance, which ours can't be compared to. No matter what magical things he makes, I don't think they are strange." The three of them lowered their voice and discussed. They still kept an eye on Shiryen, not wanting to miss any small detail. After 10 more days. Today, more crispy sounds echoed from the blood chrysalis. At the moment the sound arose, an immense, fierce blood chi erupted like a volcano. Swish! The blood chrysalis was torn, turning into dust and vanishing. Shiryan's god body was exposed immediately. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo's eyes brightened, gazing at him with great astonishment. At this moment, Shiryan was still himself, but he was undergoing a significant transformation. He was naked. Each of his muscles was transparent, like ruby. They were crystal clear with fulgent red light. The human body has several hundred muscles. Each of Shiryan's muscles seemed to have reached perfect condition. It wasn't too rough, but it was refined to the acme. For example, if it were a little bit bigger, it would affect his speed. If it were a bit smaller, it would affect his bursting power. They were connected perfectly with each other to promote his god body's powers flawlessly. In Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo's points of view, the perfect form of a warrior was this one, the body and arrangement of muscles that they were observing. They felt inexplicable. However, in their eyes, Shiryan's muscles arrangement was like a heavenly masterpiece of art. Not only did it look extraordinarily splendid and exquisite, it could also release the power to the acme. This was the most perfect form of the warrior. Fine spikes jutted out from his shoulders, elbows, and knees. They looked red and sharp like sharp horns. With different lengths, they wouldn't affect him when he moved his god body. They wouldn't hurt him, but they would create the highest level of damage against his opponent. His eyes were garnet like the most splendid ruby. His long hair was red, as if he had soaked them in blood. The bizarre, evil red that shook people's heart would give them anxiety as if it had a devilish power. Shiryan was around 2 meters tall. He looked like a sculpture carved with dedication. Each of his muscles was transparent and pure, like ruby. Even when he had spikes, blood chi in his body rolled and surged tremendously. His blood chi was even more abundant than a 1,000-meter-long beast. It was a miracle. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua couldn't take their eyes off him. They gawked, dropping their jaws with astounded faces. "What? Don't you recognize me?" Shiryan grinned. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua woke up. They were shaking and shouting. What happened? Immortal demon blood seethed and boiled in his body. To maintain this form, he had to use immortal demon blood at every minute. However, the feeling he got in this form was awesome. It gave him thoughts of engaging in a furious battle. The desire to fighting gushed out uncontrollably. In this form, his desire to slaughter and his thirst for a bloody battle swelled harder, as if they didn't want him to stay idle for even a moment. The immortal demon blood was burning in his vessel every second. It gave him an evil and wild energy that could even tear the sky. This was the fighting form of the immortal demon clan after they had their blood replaced. It's hard to explain. My blood is a little strange. This time, I finally urged all the power of my blood. Oh, right. There's a race called the Immortal Demon Race. This shape of mine is the fighting form of that race. I have to burn my blood to use this form. Shiryen frowned, trying to explain. You look a bit similar to that God Clan man. However, it's not quite the same. He wasn't red and he didn't have the same aura as you, said Katua all of a sudden. Hearing him, Fei Lan and Leona eyed Shiryen. They also became aghast. The God Clan man they encountered in God Perishing Land also had spikes on his body and armor that lingered on his skin. At this moment, Shiryen looked somehow similar to him. If his refined muscles turned into scaled armor, he would look more like that God Clan man. I'm definitely not one of them, Shiryen grinned. If I were one of them, I would never have received the inheritance. But you say that I look somehow similar to him. I think perhaps we share something back in our origin. Chapter 934. Proper Arrangement. Chapter 934. Proper Arrangement Anur. Meeting Hall. AI Fu's ancient building. A gloomy shadow floated in the hall, speaking spookily. They hired a training court. That kid and the other 3 are staying in the hidden chamber. I'm guessing that they are cultivating. AI Fu lay on his side on a soft sofa, eating fruits and drinking good wine. He asked casually, "Why didn't you get in there and check it better?" The hidden chamber has 7 layers of barriers. I could go in there, but I was not sure if I would disturb them. As you've advised, I considered that it was important to not disclose myself. Thus, I didn't tear the barriers, explained the shadow. Before you fall in, you were at peak of ethereal God realm. You had almost reached incipient God realm. Although you have only the ethereal soul now, you can't even tear the barrier discreetly? AI Fu frowned. The shadow sighed begrudgingly. My soul altar exploded. My sea of consciousness perished. The tier of power Upanishads and ethereal extent vanished. I have only the ethereal soul now. The abilities that I can use are limited. If I still had my soul altar, I could have done it easily. But now, I don't have a choice. Then forget it. You watch them for me. Don't let them leave Broken Star City without me knowing about that, said AI Fu impatiently. Young master, don't worry. Once they reappear, I will know it immediately. And please remember to rebuild my soul altar, said the shadow solemnly. I know. AI Fu waved his hand, signaling the ominous shadow to leave. After there was no shadow above his head, he snorted disdainfully. Young master, one of the 3rd sky of ethereal God realm experts, craned his neck out of the 5-colored light passage behind the hall. The Blood Halberd's master sent a message. They want us to find Migu. After that battle, Migu has escaped to Broken Star Field. He's hiding. Migu! AI Fu smiled. Such bad luck. He doesn't know that people have plotted against him. Now, Blood Halberd is after him. Haha. That old man didn't say a thing. He just waited silently. How much has he offered? AI Fu looked interested in this business. Me GE's at 2nd sky of ethereal God realm. His life should be worth a lot. 1 million, said the old man. Oh, too little. Too little. AI Fu shook his head continually. You tell him, if it's less than 2 million, I don't give a f***ck about this business. The Blood Halberd has had big harvests around Broken Star Field recently. If they want to use my service, I require a generous pay. Understood, the old man retreated. Hidden chamber. Shiryan's eyes weren't garnet anymore. The terrifying blood halo around his body slowly was absorbed into his body. His form gradually resumed. To maintain this condition, I have to use blood in my body. If I don't have to fight, I won't use it often. Shiryen smiled, explaining to Fei Lan, Leona, and Kata, condensing the blood isn't an easy task. The other 3 nodded silently, but they actually didn't understand. Everyone has blood in their body, right? Why did he need to condense it? If he had to burn his blood, how could he endure that? Hey, Ka-Tua, you've broken through. Shiryen screamed in surprise, smiling. Not bad. Not bad. Seems like you got good things. Right. At this speed, I think everybody could strengthen their realms fast. All thanks to you, Senior. Ka-Tua said honestly, without your help, I wouldn't be the Ka-Tua I am today. I will memorize your grace forever. Waving his hand, sure, Yen didn't want to talk about that. We're the locusts on the same string. We will advance together and retreat together. Of course, we have to try our best together. Senior, why wouldn't you break through? At your cultivation speed, it's time, right? Ka-Tua and Leona also looked at him, paying attention to this matter. Since he had entered Raging Flame Star area, Yen was like a miracle as he continually broke through to the new realms. His progress was fast, as if he didn't have a bottleneck or the need of energy accumulation. This kind of breakthrough happened until now. My power is enough, but my realm is still a little bit short. Giving a forced smile, he said, slowly, breaking into the new realm requires the comprehension of power Upanishad. I still need a little more. Yeah, I'm trying my best in this aspect. Then he waved his hand. The fantasy sky ring sparkled. The mother and child sky linking formation he received from AI Fu appeared in the hidden chamber, falling to the ground. This pair of formations had empty fantasy crystals as the foundation. The lines on the formation carved in the crystals were exquisite, and it carried the power and mysteries of space power. Using this mother and child sky linking formation, he could connect the broken star field with the old orchid star. If he succeeded, they wouldn't need to spend several months to return. I want to use this mother and child sky linking formation to advance further in space power Upanishad. Yen smiled, speaking to the other three. We'll stay in Broken Star City for a while. I will try to fix them. Even if I can't fix them, I'm sure I will still make some progress in space power. It was not a bad deal, buying this toy. Xian's waiting for you outside, said Phelan. Yen was surprised. He nodded. Then I'll go meet him first. Yeah, I should explain to him, though. Getting out of the secret chamber, Phelan, Leona, Ka-Tua, and Yen walked to the training yard. Karthu and Zi Yao were happy seeing them leaving the hidden chamber. Oh, wow. Karthu was shocked, looking at Ka-Tua. You've broken through. Ha ha. Ka-Tua laughed loudly. Yeah, I did. Karthu, you'd roamed around land of god punishment and killed a lot of our pirates. You captured anyone in your way. Now what? Do you dare to touch me now? Karthu was still at first sky of original god realm. He beamed a forced smile. What's the meaning of reminding me of such things in Agate Star area? Leona snorted, glaring at Ka-Tua, who was swaggering, speaking faintly. I used to work in land of god punishment for a while. Do you think breaking through one level will allow you to do anything you want? There is no need to mention that we're in Agate Star area. Even if we're in Raging Flame Star area, the second sky of original god realm isn't the peak. If Du Tianji wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to escape. Ka-Tua got told off. He became embarrassed, scratching his head. I was just kidding because I was too happy. You don't need to react that much. Leona snorted. I just don't want to see you swaggering. Ka-Tua immediately behaved. Xian is waiting outside. Xiao smiled, looking at Yen and murmuring. He and his giant fellows have been waiting for you for a long time. He wants to see you. I'm going to see them, Yen smiled and nodded. The training court that they rented also had a garden, cultivating rooms, and rooms to stay. However, those rooms were designed for regular races. They weren't suitable for the giants. With Xian's figure, he would break this place. They couldn't get into the place, so they had to wait outside. Xian and the giants stood on the street outside the training yard. Seeing Yen, they immediately showed their gratitude. This was especially the case for Xian. His eyes brightened as he wanted to use the etiquette of the giants to greet him. Xian's eyes were filled with gratitude. He knew what happened to Mi-Go and Mi-Lu, but he couldn't explain it to his fellows. Seeing Yen, he said immediately, On behalf of my fellows, I thank you. You don't need to repay the amount of divine crystals you said that you wanted to borrow from us. Some giants looked at Na Xan as they felt weird inwardly. Shi Yan had helped them sell the lumber of the life-ancient tree of the Wood Clan. They appreciated his deed, but they didn't understand why Na Xan said that Shi Yan didn't need to pay them back the amount he borrowed. Na Xan didn't answer, and just looked at Shi Yan deep in his eyes. Shi Yan smiled as he knew that Na Xan had figured out why Tu Fei had attacked Mi Ge and Mi Lu Precursor. Please don't mind it much. We all live in Old Orchid Star. Of course, we have to help each other. And also, you're already here, but please wait for me for a little while. I have something I'm going to bring back, and I need you to help me bring it back to Old Orchid Star. Na Xan was confused. What's that? Give me some time. After I've fixed it, you will help me bring it back to Old Orchid Star. Sure, Yan didn't explain. He just said something and asked Na Xan to stay in Broken Star Field for a while. Na Xan had a lot of divine crystals, so he didn't want to go home immediately. He wanted to use the divine crystals to exchange for some materials. He would bring some materials to Old Orchid Star so his fellow giants could have the better cultivating materials. Also, the children and soldiers of his tribe would then be able to break through faster. He wanted to stay here for a while indeed. Listening to Shi Yan's request, he agreed frankly. After Shi Yan finished his business, they would leave together. The giants went away to work on their business. Shi Yan also hastened to repair the mother and child sky linking formation. He didn't talk more, wanting to get into the hidden chamber immediately. Shi Yan, I want to talk to you. Seeing him want to leave, Ziyao couldn't help but stop him. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling strangely as she was also blushing uneasily. Shi Yan was surprised, turning his head to look at her. Anything important? No. It's not urgent. Ziyao was a little bit anxious as she couldn't make herself clear. She made people skeptical. Not urgent? Okay. Wait for me for several days then. Shi Yan pondered for a while and then said seriously, I need to fix a formation. That formation is very important to us. I need to fix them, and Na Xan will bring it to Old Orchid Star. Hearing him, Ziyao said hastily, so you should work first. Yeah, you need to work on it first. I'm not impatient. She exhaled in relief inwardly. However, she felt uneasy, nervous, and restless. Sure, Yan didn't know what she was thinking. He didn't ask more, nodding to greet her and then going into the secret chambers. After he sealed the door, he paid attention to the mother and child sky linking formation. If he could fix the formation, he would let Na Xan bring the mother formation back to Old Orchid Star. He would keep the child formation. No matter where they were, they would be able to return to Old Orchid Star instantly. This formation also worked in the Life Star. If it worked, he wouldn't need to worry about unexpected events in Old Orchid Star. Besides that, during the time he repaired the formation, he would know how the expert who used space power had fabricated this formation that year. He would gain understanding about how he had used space power and applied it. This meant so much to his advancement of Space Power Upanishad. This benefit would be immeasurable. As Shi Yan was hurried, he didn't notice Ziyao's restless eyes. In the secret chamber, Shi Yan released his soul consciousness, gathering space power to study the mother and child sky linking formation, his face stern and lucid. Chapter 935, Opportunity. Chapter 935, Opportunity _ Space was something marvelous. Non-material structures could be deemed space. However, someone who didn't understand space power couldn't comprehend an area with outer space power. The mother and child sky linking formation was on the ground. This formation used the empty fantasy crystal and dozens of rare materials that Shi Yan didn't know about as the foundation. The edge of the two formations had several thousand concave, fist-sized spots where divine crystals were installed to power up the formations. The first step Yen had to do was install the divine crystals into those concave spots. Around 30,000 divine crystals were put into the spots in the mother and child sky linking formation. Those divine crystals had enormous energy. They looked like stars twinkling in the velvet night, giving it a mysterious beauty. After inlaying all the divine crystals, Yen walked to the mother formation. He frowned, releasing the soul consciousness with space power to seep into the formation. A magnificently complex space formation, which looked like a giant spider web, slowly formed in his sea of consciousness. Exquisite space threads interweaved like silky spider fibers, creating sparkling, wonderful space nodes that were like diamonds. Pouring soul consciousness into the space nodes, Yen found a strange space door in each node. Yen was scared. The mother formation had several 100,000 space threads, creating millions of space nodes. Each space node was a door connecting two spaces, which could create a space passage. Amongst millions of space nodes, many of them weren't stable. Space energy inside those space nodes was so dangerous that it could crush anything. Those unstable nodes hid disorderly doors, which held broken details of this marvelous formation. If he wanted to fix the mother and child sky linking formation, the main thing he had to do was fix those nodes and stabilize the space doors, which would then allow matter to get through them. Taking a deep breath, Yan's eyes darkened as he was very reluctant. There were around 50 or 60,000 broken doors, and it was just for the mother formation. He hadn't checked the child formation to see how many nodes needed to be repaired. Fixing dozens of space doors wasn't a task that he could accomplish in a short time. He suddenly felt a headache. Instinctively, he wanted to give up. He didn't want to repair the marvelous formation that some warrior with supernatural powers had created. Sitting neatly by the mother formation, Yen knitted his brows. His thoughts changed like shooting stars. Ideas appeared that Yen objected, and this cycle continued. After an unknown time, Yen finally calmed down. He took a deep breath, muttering to himself, "Perhaps I should fix one of them first. I should stabilize one door first, and then I'll see if I want to continue or not." His soul altar spun one round. Space energy fluctuated from the power Upanishad tier. It rippled through his god body, creating the god domain. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The fine space slits slowly emerged, like thousands of sabers floating in his god domain. Crack, crack, crack. His bones sounded as if space energy was cutting him. Shortly after, billions of light dots bloomed from his body. They moved like fireflies, entering the space slits and triggering some space transformation. The magnificent but unpredictable space currents swirled around him like meteors. They made many splendid curves, giving him a feeling of being immersed in a world of light where he became the real master of space who controlled space as he pleased. Space sabers moved like an electric light as he mind-controlled them to seep into the space node that his original soul had locked, flooding through an unstable space door. Boom! His sea of consciousness was shaken. Then it projected a mysterious, complex space formation above his sea of consciousness. An intersection in that formation suddenly shone dazzlingly like the brightest star in the sky. Space threads made by his soul consciousness with space power instantaneously flooded into that fulgent space node. His soul consciousness seemed to get through a real space door while a vibe was spreading out. That door looked real, and his soul consciousness hand could even touch it and feel the fantastic space mysteries inside. This door was made of space energy. However, it was broken, and its pieces were scattered around the magical areas. What Yen wanted to do was use space energy with the same frequency to refine, match, and connect the broken pieces to fix that door. And he did it that way. His soul consciousness became the mighty, skillful hand that guided and connected pieces of the door with his energy. After an unknown time, the shattered space door was complete under the power of Shi Yan's energy, spirit, soul consciousness, and his soul. It was combined and refined little by little until it was complete. At the moment the small dots gathered, the disorderly space node and the door inside became stable and strengthened with space energy. It allowed energy and real matter to get through it. Shi Yan relaxed his nerves. Sensing for the second time, Shi Yan found that the space node and the door inside were now back to order. Its energy fluctuation was stable. He didn't know how long it took. Sitting silently, he sensed his body and found that he didn't consume a significant amount of soul consciousness. His energy was still full. Shi Yan was happy. He then recalled and assessed his procedure to check the changes of his god body and soul during that time. After a while, his eyes brightened up. He couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that it didn't require him to use too much energy. This massive work that looked really tough to finish wasn't actually that difficult. Also, that magical formation was able to provide him energy to fix itself. What he needed to do was to use his soul consciousness to guide and connect it. The energy it required was self-provided. The mother formation had the ability to fix itself, and his god domain was the fountain of its support. What he needed to do was to show it the direction and guide it. The formation's energy would fix itself. Understanding this point, Shi Yan smiled. He knew that if he divided his soul consciousness into many flows working at the same time, it wouldn't be very difficult. Shi Yan understood thoroughly. Thus, his sea of consciousness surged, changing. After he had refined and condensed his soul consciousness, he sent them to each of the broken nodes. His sea of consciousness changed, turning into tens of thousands of flows, each of which was one of his many godly tentacles. They entered the unstable nodes. Shi Yan just needed to work on one node and his soul consciousness would copy his procedure. Each flow of his soul consciousness was a clone of his, copying his actions of guiding and connecting pieces of the broken doors. It wasn't really tough, though, Shi Yan thought, concentrating on fixing dozens of space nodes of the mother formation while time flew hastily. Outside the hidden chamber, Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua found themselves a cultivating room. They didn't notice Ka Tua and Zi Yao as they were digesting energy that they received from Shi Yan and comprehending their power Upanishad. While Karthu and Zi Yao felt bored, they visited every place in Broken Star City to widen their knowledge of the prosperous Agate Star area. Today, Zi Yao saw a bald old human in a special potion shop. He wore a long, gray robe that hid his hands into his sleeves. His shaved head had a magical tattoo as if it was made of strange, entangling lights. She didn't know the meaning of that tattoo. That old man had a quiet aura around his body while he was looking around the shop with dark eyes. Shortly after, his eyes gazed on Zi Yao as if he was frozen. His calm aura became excited. After a while, it seemed like the old man had confirmed something. He stepped over proactively, bending his body and talking gently. Miss, is it true that you are cultivating light, Upanishad, and that you've absorbed outer space divine light, which has a consciousness? Zi Yao's exquisite face had a gleam of surprise which showed in her beautiful, diamond-like eyes. Precursor, how did you know that? The withered face of the old man brightened up with joy. He said, tenderly, my master also cultivates light power Upanishad. She has a deep understanding of outer space divine light. Miss, can we go somewhere to talk? Zi Yao was astounded. She hesitated, looking at Karthu. Karthu's voice was dry, giving a forced smile. His realm's really profound. If he wants to hurt us, we can't even run away. The old man chuckled and then said seriously, I won't harm you, and I won't let anyone harm you. I can assure you about that. Listening to him, Ziyao nodded. Okay. Shortly after, the old man, Ziyao, and Karthu walked to a remote alley. The old man bent to greet them, introducing himself. I'm Long Duo, a servant of my master. I'm here to find an apprentice for my master. Miss, you're cultivating light power, and you've absorbed outer space divine light. You meet the requirements to be a disciple of my master. If you are willing to do that, you can follow me. I'm sure that after you meet my master, your realm and power will upgrade on a large scale. Ziyao's soft body shivered, her beautiful eyes bright. Which realm does your master have? I'm at peak of ethereal god realm. I think you can guess my master's realm, said the man called Long Duo humbly. My master doesn't live in the far west. She's in a wonderful secret domain. Her reputation is well known in any area of Agate Star area. Miss, my master has strict requirements for enrolling disciple. Until now, she has had only 2 apprentices. It's your fortune and destiny. If you agree, I'll take you to my master. If you don't want it, I will not force you. Karthu was shocked. He couldn't help but hiss, Your Highness. Ziyao's knitted her bold brows. She was astounded for a while before she could say softly, Can you give me more time to think about it? Sure, Long Duo smiled mildly. I'm staying in Broken Star City, and I will wait for you to make up your mind. Can you tell me where are you staying? Yes. Ziyao told him the address of the training court Yen had rented. Then she left with Karthu, her mind complicated. She was hesitant. Your Highness, this is your big opportunity. You can have an incipient god realm teacher who also cultivates light power Upanishad. I think that if you let this chance slip away, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Karthu said honestly, even if you walk the same path with Yen, you can't help him on anything. You can't catch up with him now. If you want to get closer to him, at least your realm shouldn't be lower than his. Your Highness, please seize this chance. I will wait for him until he gets out. Ziyao pondered for a while and then sighed. At least before I leave, I want to bid him farewell. Chapter 936, A Hug. Chapter 936, A Hug under AI Fu's ancient building, main hall. After Long Duo bid farewell to Ziyao, he came here alone, carrying himself with ease and a natural poise. AI Fu and the 2/3 sky of ethereal god realm old men treated him well. They offered him good wine, smiling warmly. Long Duo enjoyed his wine. He didn't deny the others' offering. He just smiled and drank relaxedly. Sir, you are in a good mood today? AI Fu smiled, trying to win his favor. Long Duo nodded. Yeah, my mood isn't bad. Master will have one more apprentice. Ha! I didn't expect to find a precious jade for my master so soon. What good luck I have. AI Fu's eyes brightened. Sir, did you meet a talent who cultivates light power Upanishad and has merged with outer space divine light? Long Duo smiled cheerily. Yeah, I did. AI Fu smiled, speaking continually. Congratulations. Congratulations. We must drink more to celebrate. The other 2 old men also treated him cordially, raising their glasses. Long Duo didn't deny anyone. He drank several glasses of wine and then said with a serious face, AI Fu, now we shall discuss our business. Give me that thing. Okay. AI Fu stopped saying meaningless words. His fantasy sky ring flashed, and the lumber of the life ancient tree of the Wood Clan he bought from Yen emerged. He cautiously handed it to Long Duo. Long Duo's eyes were as bright and sharp as a saber. He studied the lumber, rubbing the lines of the wooden texture. After a while, he nodded with a smile. Your grandfather had you collect materials for his fortune. Yeah, this is the small lumber of the life ancient tree of the Wood Clan. It's good. AI Fu laughed as he was in a good mood. As you've sent me a quotation, is there any problem with the price of 10 million top-quality divine crystals? AI Fu nodded. He didn't have any other opinion. Of course, no problem. Your divine light and I have done business for so many years. Of course, I will never turn down the business. Haha, it's hard to sell this lumber in our far west. We can't sell it at a good price. We're happy that divine light will handle it. I know this lumber attracts incipient God realm experts of the Wood Clan a lot. I'm sure you will make a fortune with it. Then 10 million it is. Long Duo smiled as he was about to pay for the item. Sir, don't be impatient. AI Fu rose his hand. I don't need it all in cash. I need you to use 5 million to make me some battleships. I just need 5 million divine crystals. Like the previous time? Long Duo was surprised. There's no war in the far west region. Why do you need to stock up on battleships? Divine Light can produce battleship in various types and styles. You don't require high-quality battleships. Do you think you can find some customers for those expensive battleships? No, not the previous types, AI Fu smiled. They should be very, very big, large enough to fit the giants. Yeah, the giant tribe has ordered 2 battleships. Big. Long Duo rubbed his chin, smiling. So it's not cheap. We used to fabricate one for the Monster Clan. The cost is 3 million for one. Okay, we're partners for a long time. I can make it 2,500,000 for one battleship. With your 5 million, I can make you 2. Is that okay? Thank you, sir. 2 battleships are what I want with that amount. AI Fu smiled. Okay, deal. Long Duo nodded, dividing the divine crystals in his fantasy skyring and then handing it to AI Fu. Here's your 5 million. Soon, I will deliver 2 giant battleships. At most, it will arrive in your warehouse within 15 days. Good business. Good business. Ah, hidden chamber. Shiryan opened his eyes. He smiled and got up, relaxing his limbs. The mother and child sky linking formation lay near him on the stone ground. The divine crystals inlaid in the formation had turned into ordinary stones as their energy had been all consumed. However, at this moment, the mother and child sky linking formation had waves of space energy and marvelous energy fluctuations. This shattered formation was repaired. Smiling, he finished his secluding cultivation time. Although he couldn't break through this time, his understanding of space Upanishad had progressed. If he could create the door himself, he could use the attainment of space power to break through to second sky of original God realm. Walking to the training court, his soul consciousness flickered. Shortly after, Fei Lan, Leona, and Katua arrived. Is not Xian here? Asked Shiryan. Yeah, they've been in Broken Star City to buy cultivating materials. I think they are almost done. They've just returned, said Katua. Sure, Yen nodded, walking out of the training court. At first glance, he found Na Xian of the giant tribe. As soon as Na Xian saw him, he walked over, greeting him happily. We've placed an order with AI Fu. He will make large battleship that we can use. Haha, AI Fu can do that. He can make even this kind of massive battleship. He's living up to his name in Broken Star City. As the old Orchid Star had a terrifying gravity, the bigger the people were, the heavier the gravitational effect was that they had to bear. Thus, it was tough to go through the atmosphere and jump directly into outer space. They had many giants, including women and children, who had never had a chance to leave old Orchid Star to travel around the area due to that great gravity. When a warrior cultivated, he couldn't only stay in his room to break through. With different power Upanishads, they could find different places that better supported and advanced their understanding of power Upanishads better. If the giant children reached a bottleneck during their cultivation, they were better off leaving old Orchid Star to find a place suitable for their power Upanishad. Afterward, they could progress faster, which would increase the general competence of the giant tribe. The massive battleship that suited the giant tribe could take many members of their tribe to a better place for their cultivation before they would reach their specific realm. They would have a better chance to advance. What is the initial price? Shiryen was surprised. AI Fu said 5 million divine crystals. Naexan was a little excited. We don't have enough divine crystals now, but we have plans. After we harvest the 1,000-fold lotus, we will have enough money. Haha, we giants will have our battleship. The other giants also looked excited. They felt proud because of this big event. 5 million. Shiryen beamed a forced smile inwardly. He saw many different battleships in AI Fu's treasury, which were priced at 100,000 to 1 million divine crystals. The battleship AI Fu would fabricate for the giants cost 5 million. What a ripoff! Anyway, Naexayan and his fellows had placed the order, and they looked very excited, so Shiryen couldn't say anything. He could only discreetly blame their naive nature. When can you take that battleship? Asked Shiryen. AI Fu said that as soon as we have the divine crystals, he will hand the battleship to us any time. Naexayan was yearning for it. Kids in our tribe have never seen anything that big. They will be thrilled. Haha. The materials we got home this time would make them so happy. They will go crazy. Oh, Shiryen nodded, talking to him. You guys help me bring one formation back home. Oh, right. We should buy a battleship to carry it. He was surprised for a while, asking, Where's Karthu? I am here. Karthu's voice came from the training court. You need me to do something. Take this ring. It has 800,000 divine crystals. You and Naexayan should buy a normal battleship and use the remaining divine crystals to buy some suitable pellets or cultivating materials. We will bring them all to Old Orchid Star. Sure, Yen flickered a ring to him. Karthu received the ring, using his soul consciousness to sense, and then smiled. No problem. Hesitating for a while, he continued. Shiryen, Ziyao wants to see you. She's in a cultivating room. She has something important to tell you. Shiryen was surprised. He told Naexayan and Karthu to be careful when placing the mother and child sky-linking formation. Then he returned to the training yard confused. He found Ziyao and then asked softly, I heard Karthu say that you wanted to see me. Ziyao wore a beautiful purple dress, which supported her slim, gentle body with graceful curves. Her beautiful eyes were like a flower with its sweet nectar. She looked indescribably pretty with her light makeup. Evidently, she tried to wear makeup for this talk. Shiryen was stunned, looking at her. His eyes brightened as he was absorbed into his thoughts. After a while, he said, You're still so beautiful, like when I saw you the first time that year. You make me feel like I've encountered a deity. Ziyao's beautiful eyes were like a vast sea with many deep meanings. She studied him and then bloomed a smile. I'm glad to hear that. When I saw you that year, I didn't think that you could have anything special. I used to hate you, though. Hate me? Shiryen pointed at his nose, forcing a smile. I saved your brother that year. Why did you hate me? Women, I will never understand them. Because you were so calm in front of me. You made me think my charisma was reduced. Because you didn't try to flirt me, I didn't feel pleased. Your realm was so low. But you dared to look at me like that. Ziyao smiled charmingly. Anyway, I didn't feel comfortable to look at you. If you haven't saved my brother, perhaps I would have taught you a lesson. I would trouble you so much so you would know how dangerous I was. You're unreasonable, said Shiryen. I want to bid farewell to you, Ziyao sighed weakly. Her beautiful eyes sparked a gleam of sadness. Pondering for a while, she suddenly stepped forward. While Shiryen was bewildered, she hugged him. Her stunning chin rested on his shoulder. Her fragranced orchid breath blew to his ear. After we say farewell, I don't know when we can meet again. Let me hug you for a while, okay? Why do you want to leave? Where will you go? Shi Yan was perplexed, showing that he didn't want that. His body stiffened. Do you feel like you're being neglected by us? No, I didn't mean it. Fei Lan, Leona, Katua, and I share the same origin. If you guys know it, it won't bring you anything good but disaster. An incipient God realm expert wants to make me a disciple of hers. She cultivates light power Upanishad. All right, don't guess. I know that expert's a she. Z Yao bit her lower lip, her face blushing as she whispered, Don't say anything. Just let me hug you. Let me feel your existence. I want to memorize this moment. Shi Yan was baffled, but he was actually touched. Vibes rippled through his heart as he had a lot of emotions at this moment. Chapter 937, Broken Star Field. Chapter 937, Broken Star Field, _ When people have someone on their side, they would sometimes not treasure them. Only when that person wants to leave do they feel reluctant and bitter inwardly. Shi Yan now felt bitter and regret. Ziyao left. She decided to leave for the advancement of her realm. Standing in front of the training court, Shi Yan watched Ziyao, Karthu, and Na Exen leave. It was the first time he found that he didn't want her to leave. Reflecting by himself, he realized that he didn't pay enough attention or take care of her well enough. Fei Lan, Leona, and Katua didn't say anything, standing indifferently by his side. After a while, Shi Yan pulled himself from sorrow and gave a faint smile. We should go too. His mind flickered, connecting his soul consciousness to another beam in a direction. He told Katua, Bring that boy here. Katua nodded and left. After 1 hour, he brought Jiyu back. Jiyu's eyes were dim and gloomy. He stooped in distress. Seeing Shi Yan and Fei Lan, he bent his body to greet them, muttering, I'm ready. We can go at any time. Shi Yan smiled, nodded to him. Why do you look like this? How is your father? Jiyu had sold his news for 100,000 divine crystals, saying that he had to save his father. Sure, Yan didn't pay much attention to his father's case. He didn't ask him more or discreetly investigate. However, seeing Jiyu with his gloomy countenance, Shi Yan felt skeptical as he asked. The same. However, as we have 100,000 divine crystals, he should be safe for a while. Jiyu was a little bit touched, explaining carefully. My father's at first sky of ethereal god realm. He used to be awesome, but now his soul altar is damaged. He's on the edge. His soul altar is about to break down. I've used 100,000 divine crystals to buy medicine and pellets. However, they could only slow down the damaging progress. They couldn't heal him. Jiyu's eyes reddened, balling his fists. He bit his lower lip, muttering, My father has taken care of me since I was a little boy. For my development, he'd gone to Broken Star Field to find rare materials to exchange for divine crystals. He helped me reach my current realm. However, Broken Star Field isn't a safe place. Although my father's at ethereal god realm, he couldn't help himself. He fought for materials once and got wounded badly until now. Staying in Broken Star City for several months, Shi Yan knew a little about Broken Star Field. Many races lived around the area, and many powerful forces had come to Broken Star Field to find cultivating materials. The Broken Star Field had many types of materials, which attracted experts from the entire Agate Star area. Broken Star Field was always chaotic and unsafe. With low realms and insufficient competences, warriors couldn't live there with ease. For example, Zhengu and his fellow giants were beaten up by the Mi brothers. They had almost been killed. You seem very familiar with Broken Star Field. Shi Yan was bewildered. You can survive even though you only have King God Realm. I have my surviving methods. Jiyu lifted his head, speaking honestly. Every time I go to Broken Star Field, I accompany some people. Since I'm familiar with this place, people hire me to be their guide. And although my realm's low, I have knowledge, and I'm not greedy for what I can't keep. Thus I can survive. People won't target me. Sher Yen exchanged looks with the others, their faces strange. This teenager had been living in difficulties. His realm wasn't high, and he wasn't old enough. But he had survived Broken Star Field many times. He had to endure many things, living in people's disdain and neglect. He's done so many things just to save his father's soul altar. I've promised you, I will never change my mind. When will you want to depart? Seeing that they say nothing, Ji took the initiative and asked. We'll depart now, Shuyen said faintly. Good, let's go. Ji mumbled. I bid farewell to my father anyway. Let's go. Blood Halberd's headquarters, Broken Star City. Today, a middle-aged man wearing a long white robe took his subordinates to this place. 2 Fae and more than 10 warriors of the blood, Halberd, stood by the door to greet him, bending their bodies. Greetings, sir. The middle-aged man wore a cold face. He nodded, walking directly to the main hall. He sat on the chairman's seat, which showed his status, waving his hand. 2 Fae and the blood, Halberd's warriors, now sat down on his 2 sides. De Fong, master of Blood Halberd, and a 3rd sky of ethereal god realm warrior, was a famous expert in the far west region and the entire Broken Star Field. His origin was mysterious. One day he came to Broken Star Field and built Blood Halberd. He had spent hundreds of years to make Blood Halberd a potent force in Broken Star Field to the point that people didn't dare to provoke them. Many people had guessed that De Fong wasn't a warrior from the far west, since they had never heard about this expert in the far west region before. They deemed De Fong a warrior of some mighty force in Agate Star area. He had come to far west region and built a force on purpose. Of course, De Fong had never admitted anything. No one knew if the rumors were true. On my way here, I've investigated Tu Feng's murder case. De Feng's countenance was cold while icy mist swirled around his body. His eyes were like chilling snowflakes. Tu Fei jolted up, asking in a low voice, Sir, what was the result of your investigation? Apparently it was not Mi Go and Mi Lu. De Fong snorted coldly. You were too impulsive. That kid has fooled you. You let your anger blind your mind. Although Tu Fei was called a madman in Broken Star City, he didn't dare to retort when the man shouted at him. When Tu Feng was murdered, Mi Go and his brother were in Broken Star Field. I've had someone confirm it. Unless Mi Go and Mi Lu cultivated space power, it was impossible for them to get out of Broken Star Field and kill Tu Feng. De Feng's face was cold as he talked. Although the Mi brothers were harsh and despicable to the weak, has any one of you seen them provoking Blood Halberd? Don't they only mess with us? When they did do that, wouldn't they clean it up? How could they let people figure out their crime? An original God realm kid could avoid them, witness the case, and leave safely? Tu Fei and the 2 ethereal God realm experts that had joined the attack were embarrassed, bending their heads. They didn't dare to say anything to defend themselves. You've lost your mind because of anger. You didn't verify the provided information. That was how he could fool you. De Fong explained everything and then continued indifferently. That kid is the suspect now. You capture him and use the search soul technique to search his memories. You can find the truth. You fool! You even lost 1 million divine crystals. De Fong hissed. Tu Fei discolored. A fire was about to ignite in his eyes. I'm going to capture him now. That damn kid dared to deceive me. He roared, flying away. 1 minute later, Tu Fei returned with red eyes. They left 7 days ago to Broken Star Field. Damn it. Do you need me to teach you what to do now? De Feng's face was icy cold. I'm after him. Tu Fei put on a malicious face and bowed to the man. He then said, Thank you for reminding me. Then Tu Fei took several warriors, leaving Broken Star City and jumping into Broken Star Field. Defeng sent a message saying that we don't need to find Mi Go anymore. Seems like they know that the Mi brothers didn't do that. Tu Fei is after Shi Yan. He's confirmed the news. He's flying to Broken Star Field now, said an old man under AI Fu's command. AI Fu frowned, contemplating for a while. Defeng's much smarter than Tu Fei. Yeah, seems like that boy is going to have a lot of trouble. Young master, should we notify him? Remind him. AI Fu rubbed his chin. Light sparkled in his eyes. He talked after pondering for a while. Now that Defeng has joined this mess, it's more difficult. This man is mysterious and wicked. It's not good to turn our back to him. Okay, you go there yourself. When Tu Fei encounters them, you seize the chance and capture that kid before him. We must know where the 1,000-fold lotus is. We can use the 1,000-fold lotus to exchange for his life. I think it's worth it. Yeah, work on it. Understood. Broken Star Field. Shi Yan's team hovered in the air, moving slowly. Ji, you led ahead of them. Sometimes he gave them descriptions. Rumor says that Broken Star Field is formed by countless pieces of broken stars. I believe it's true. Moreover, I heard that the core of Broken Star Field has a mysterious force that could attract broken stars. As far as I've known, throughout recent history, there are still many pieces of broken stars flying here and becoming new parts of Broken Star Field. It was true that Ji Yu was much more familiar with this area. With his guide, Shi Yan's team didn't need to do anything. They hadn't met any danger yet. Broken Star Field is indeed vast. At least I can't travel through it. It seems like the area has tens of thousands of broken stars congregating here. Some pieces are very old and they hide rare materials. They even have original incipient grade materials. That is why Broken Star Field attracts so many experts. I've scouted the route we are traveling. Not many people will choose this route. Thus, we won't meet many experts on this way for quite a long time. Also, we can make sure that we won't be ambushed or have conflicts with others. On their way, Ji Yu continually told them the wonderful features of Broken Star Field. He knew the place as if it was the back of his hand. His descriptions were clear and easy to understand. Sure, Yan listened to him and widened his knowledge of Broken Star Field. He thought that his 100,000 divine crystals were well spent. Half a year later, Ji Yu stopped by a place where disorderly stones made up the mountains. The atmosphere was cold. From here onward, we will travel through many places with the possibility of finding rare materials. We will meet a lot of people from different races and forces, Ji Yu said with a stern face. From now on, we should be prepared to counter dangers, which can happen at any minute. Shi Yan squinted his eyes, nodded, and put up guard. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.